welcome back, and this is another tutorial. And in today's video it will be the video for beginners, for those who are new to Laravel. So I would like to say welcome, and this will be the best journey that you can start. And without wasting any time, I would like to show you what I've prepared for you to learn on this course, because this one, as I've said before, will be the as your starting point for being a Laravel developer. And for the starting for this new year, which is 2025, I would like to welcome you guys to the course. And basically I will show you how and why do you need to learn Laravel in this year. So yeah, welcome back, and let's keep on learning this thing. So let's go direct to the checklist of our tasks that we are going to cover, or the things that we are going to cover in this tutorial, and then we will see how to start it. So as I've said before, this is our 11 course tutorial, and it will have the following checklist that we are going to do from scratch. And basically it will be the starting point for you who are new to Laravel, or for those who are trying to leverage their skills on Laravel. So we are going to cover some basic and some let's say advanced features. So we will start with the lower, meaning that with the basic, and then we are going to cover the more advanced ones. So let's start direct with the first checklist that we are going to cover today. As you can see, we'll have the introduction to Laravel, as we will cover these issues like what is Laravel, to understand why you need to learn Laravel, the key features of Laravel, and also you will understand the MVC model, which is model, view, and control architecture for the Laravel, which make it easier for you to learn Laravel. So then we are going to see on how you are going to install Laravel 11 using Composer, or even setting your local development environment. And basically I'm going to show you how to use XAMPP. And for the bonus feature that I'm going to show you in this video, I'm going to show you how to use version control in your Laravel development strategy. So as a best practice for you as a developer, I will show you how to use the Git and the GitHub for your Laravel 11 development skills. So yeah, that is all about the introduction to Laravel. Then the second one, we are going to see how to set up your first Laravel 11 project. As you can see, we are going to see on how to create Laravel project. You will understand the Laravel 11 directory structure. We are going to cover how you are going to configure your environment variables in your .env file. Also, we are going to see how to set up your database connection, and also we are going to see how you are going to run your Laravel 11 project with the built-in Laravel server. Then we are going to see the routing in Laravel. As you know, in Laravel we are going to use two files for routing: web.php and the API for API development. I'm sure later on you will understand that one. Also, we are going to see how to use this method in your routes, like get, post, put, and delete. Then we are going to see how to define the basic routing, and how to return strings, to return views, and also JSON responses. Then we are going to see how you can pass some parameters in routes, how to create groups in your routes, and also we are going to see how to create middlewares in your route. As you will understand later on, the concept concerning the middlewares, as middlewares are used to secure your routes. For example, when you have two routes and one route is only need to be accessible by, let's say, your admin of your application, so middlewares can do that job for you, so you don't need to worry about it. So later on we will understand better about middlewares. And next one, on fourth task, we are going to look on controllers, and here you will see we will learn what are controllers and why you use them. Then we are going to see how to create them via @sign commands. Then we are going to see how to define a controller method and the routing to them. Also, we are going to create some resource controllers for CRUD operation. And then the interesting part, we are going to learn the blade templating engine. So Laravel actually uses blade templating engine for its views. So when I'm talking about views, these are just the web pages that you are going to see on your web browser. So how are we going to use the blade templating engine? So on your blade templating engine, we are going to see how to create layouts, how to use the these are directives like yield, section, include, and so on. Also, we are going to see how to use the conditional statements like if, unless is set, and all of that stuff in your blade templating engine. We are going to see how to use the blade loops like for each, for, and while, and how to display data like using these double curly braces. And also we are going to see how to use the helper functions in your blade engine. So that is all about the blade templating engine. Then we are going to cover the part for models and Eloquent ORM. ORM has object relationship mapping. So these are concerning with how you are going to use your models to access database on your data on your databases. So basically, this is the way for you to create some queries, and it is much easier instead of using like the real queries from SQL databases. So this helps you to do that one. And also we are going to see how to create the models, how to create the migrations, and something like that. So then we are going to cover the relationships. So when you create models, you can and Laravel allows you to define the relationship, and the relationships like one-to-one, one-to-many, many-to-many, and some sort of that thing. Then we are going to know how to use the Eloquent to query the database, like retrieving records. You are going to learn how to use the function like all, find, where, first, and how to insert, update, and deleting records on your database. Then we are going to learn how to create Eloquent accessors and mutators, and also we are going to see how to create the eager loading. So all that some of them are basic stuffs here, but like you can see, these are the advanced one. Also, we are going to learn more about database setup and migration. So we are going to know how to create the migration via @sign commands, how to define column indexes for any keys, and so on, how to create the seeding for your database, how to create the factory for generating fake data or dummy data. So Laravel gives you this ability, and it is much easier in Laravel. So then we are going to cover the authentication and authorization. So I'm going to show you how to create the authentication systems by using the starter kits that Laravel gives you as a starting point. So that is very easy. Then we are going to see how to create the middlewares for protecting routes, as I explained before. Also, we are going to understand how to use the authorization for role-based access control. Then we are going to cover the form handling and validation. So here we will see how to protect your forms, like using CSRF protection, validation, and something like that. Then we are going to cover the middleware part. Here I'm going to go deeper about middlewares. Then we are going to see how to schedule your tasks by using queues and jobs. Also, we are going to see how to dispatch the jobs and processing queues. Then we are going to cover the most interesting part, which is file storage, like when you are trying to upload your files in your application, when you try to download them, and also updating them, deleting the files, managing file visibility, or something like that. Also, we are going to cover that one. And on the part of API development, I would like to say, before going to this part, I've already done the video about this one. I will share the link in my description, and also you can click on the right top corner right now for the card that is showing. You can go to see and learn about how to develop your first API development with Laravel 11. And then the most interesting part about this tutorial and about this course, I'm going to show you how to prepare Laravel app for production, how you are going to configure the .env file for production, and also I'll show you how to deploy your Laravel application on shared hosting. Basically, I will show you this for free, and you guys, you are going to enjoy the video. So on conclusion part, I'm going just to do some recap and final thoughts about some project ideas and things that you can do in order to become a better Laravel Laravel developer, so that you can produce your own products about using Laravel. Yeah, so the bonus section about this project, as I've said before, it is version control, which I'm going to show you the basic Git and GitHub for managing Laravel project. So thank you guys for joining me. This was just an introduction, so let's go deeper on coding and starting our course. So see you. Alright, so starting with the first task, we need to understand what is Laravel. I'll just give you the overview of Laravel, and this will be very quick because I don't want to waste time on explaining things. So yeah, also we are going to see the key features of Laravel, then we are going to see the architecture, and then from there we are going to start to do things right away. So let's go to the documentation. So when you will visit this link, which I'll pin it on my comment and also on my video description, so you will find something like this. So this is Laravel official website. So in here you will see a lot of explanations here. Yeah, so basically we need to go to the documentation, and then here you can see the first thing that you will see meet with the Laravel, why Laravel, creating a Laravel application, and so on. So here you can see here it tries to explain to you what is a Laravel. As I told you before, Laravel is just a web application framework for PHP. So that is the simplest explanation that I can give you in order to not waste our time on explaining theoretical things. So yeah, so you need to understand that this is just a web application framework that is you as a PHP developer, you're going to use it to build your modern full stack web applications. So why you need to learn Laravel, as you can see here, these are just some of the reason and the features of Laravel that will give you the answer on why you need to learn Laravel in 2025. So yeah, you can see it is a progressive framework. So always Laravel is keeping on a growing, and you as a developer, you will just find out that you find a lot of feature that is growing, and some of the features that we are missing before, they are keep on being added on Laravel. So that is very obvious. So in Laravel you are on safe end. So I would like to welcome you. So this is the first reason. The second reason, you can see it is a scalable framework. So as you can understand, when we are talking about scaling, so the nature of PHP and Laravel built-in support for fast distributed cache system like Redis, and also Laravel gives you the some of the starter kits for you to start to build the application right away. So that gives you a scalability framework. So also we have a community. As I can say, Laravel have the bigger community, so it becomes easier for you even to get solutions for any challenge that you find in Laravel development. So that are the simplest explanation, and I don't want to waste my time on explaining that one. So let's go directly on creating a Laravel application. So when you need to create a Laravel application, there is some of the requirements that you need to have. First of all, make sure that you are on your local machine, you have PHP Composer and the Laravel installer installed. Basically, also you may need to install Node, because later on you will see why we do need Node. when you try to install some starter kits like Breeze, actually it requires Node to be there on your machine. So basically we will see how to install all of these, but basically right now I've already installed the Composer and already I've installed the Laravel installer, but I'll just show you how to download them and how to install them. Yeah, so let's start with the PHP. So basically for PHP, if you have XAMPP in your application, this becomes easy. So if you have XAMPP in your application or on your machine, that becomes easy. So I'll just show you how to download XAMPP. So I'll just download the latest version. So let me just download it here. So you can see your download will start automatically. So let me just see. So the important thing about downloading XAMPP is that when you download XAMPP, basically XAMPP will come with the database management. Also, it will come with PHP installed directly in your application. So you don't need to install them separately. So as you can see here, it says PHP, and also there is a time you will need to have database. So instead for you to install database and PHP separately, XAMPP will help you to have both of them at the same time. So I encourage you to use XAMPP as your database. So yeah, so let me just pause for it to complete to download, and then we will start to install it. Yeah, so let's wait for it to complete. Yep, so now you can see it is complete to download the XAMPP. So let me just go to my downloads here, and then here you will find it. Let me just run it as an administrator. So click yes, and that should be started to install XAMPP in your Windows machine. But if you are using Linux or any other OS, you will find the instructions here. Yeah, so click OK, next, then next, then I'll just say next, next, and then next. Then now this will start to install XAMPP in your local machine. So yeah, let's wait for it to complete, and then we will continue. But basically when this is continuing to install, you can see how to install Composer. So let me just search for Composer here. Let's go to this website, and basically all these links I'll share them in my video description, so don't worry. Let's go to download. And then for you, if you are using Windows, this becomes easy. Just click this one, download and run the setup. So this is your setup. Click here, and you can see this is started to download your Composer setup. So let's wait for it to complete. And then for Git and the GitHub, you need to install Git. So let me just go to Git, and then you go to download it for Windows, since I'm using Windows. So then I'll just download this one. Okay, now you can see it is trying to download Git and also Composer. You can see Composer is already done. So let's just go here. You can see the Composer setup right here. As I've said before, I've already installed the Composer. So what you need to do, just run it as an administrator. Then you just say yes. And then you can see here, install for all users. Then you need to check this one for developer mode, or you can just leave it like that way. If you need just more control about it, you can just check this one, but for me I'll just go next. And then you can see this is the most important thing that you need to check. It needs to find this PHP path if it is not there, make sure you go and browse here and you find the right path for your PHP. So this is the most important part, that's why I've shown you how to do it. But after this one, just go next and next and next, and this will do everything for you. So I'll just cancel because I already have the composer in my application. So let me just stop that one. Yeah, and then for Git, this is still installing, so let's just wait for that one. So composer, Git, and the XAMPP, that is the thing that I'm going to show you, and that will have our application up and running for us. So if you don't have PHP and Composer installed on your local machine, you can just run this command and it will install both of them in your application. You can just copy this one right here and it will just work for you. If you're using macOS, you just run this one. If you're using Linux, you can just use this one. So for you, if you're using Windows, just copy this one command and run it in your terminal. But for the one, if you have already installed the Laravel installer, so what you need to do, if you don't have the Laravel installer, basically, you can just copy this command and run it in on your terminal. You just copy this one right here, and then just open the CMD and you just run it here. So for me, I've already installed it, so I'll just not install it again. So just run it. If I run it right now, it will just see if there is any update. So yeah. So that is how you are going to install the Laravel installer in your application. Okay. Yeah. So no need for me to continue with that one. So let me just minimize that one. And then after installing the composer and the installer in your application successful, let me just check this one. So let's wait for this one. Yeah, so as you can see, installation for XAMPP is already done. So now you can see I'll start the XAMPP control panel. So now you can see I just start the Apache server and the MySQL, and then I'll go to administration of my MySQL, which is my database. So this will direct me to PHP my admin. So here you can see you'll have the databases here, and this is how the dashboard looks like. And here you can see the database server details, the web server details for your Apache. You'll see the version and everything. Now you can see the PHP version. You can see the PHP extensions that are already enabled right now. So if you need to see the documentation about PHP my admin, you can just go to this site. Yeah, so that is all about XAMPP installation. Alright, so now you can see also Git is already downloaded, so I can just open it here. Now you can see I can say yes. Now what you need to do is just to click next and next and next. So this is just the basic way to install it. So when you reach here, just click install. But for me, I've already installed it, so I will not click install. So just click install there, and it will install Git in your local machine. And then you need to set up your email and also to open your GitHub account. And that is out of the scope of today's video. So if you need to learn about how to set up your Git in your local machine, I'll pin the video link for that video, so you can know how to do it. So up to now, we have already set up our XAMPP, we have set up a composer and also Git. So right now, you can see the Laravel installer is already installed in my local machine. So right now we have this composer and the Laravel installer in our local machine. So now we are going to see this is already done. So we are going to see the second step, which is setting up first Laravel 11 project. So we are going to see how to create the Laravel 11 project, and I'll go and show you how to create Laravel project in 2 different ways. So just follow along what I'm doing here right here. So let me just go to my example directory right here, and then I'll just pin this one to my quick access so that I can access it right here. So here you can see this is where my Laravel application should be stored. If you are using Windows and you are using XAMPP, this is where your Laravel applications should be installed. So right here, let me just create a new directory which I'll call it learning, and then inside it I'm going to open a terminal right here. So you can just do that way, or you can just use Git bash. So when you install Git in your local machine, when you open this one, when you right click right here, you will get this option to open Git bash here. So open that one. So this is the easiest one. It is a commanding line for Git, so you can just use it to create a Laravel application. So one of the basic command to create a Laravel application is to use the normal way, which is like you can just say composer create project, and then you are going to say Laravel/Laravel, and then here you are going to provide the name of your application. So let me just zoom it a little bit so that you can see what I'm right here. Okay, so then provide the name of your Laravel application. So I'll just say testing 1. Let me just say test 1. Let me keep it that way. And now you can see it says creating a Laravel project, and you can see it is installing Laravel of version 11.5.0. So as we see here, we are using, if you see, we are using version 11, which is the latest version of Laravel. So make sure you are using the right documentation so that you can follow along what I'm doing. But that is the one way of creating Laravel application. But you have this second way that you can use to create Laravel application. So let me just open another window from here. As you can see, let me just squeeze it a little bit right here, and then zoom it a little. So you can just paste that command right here. Oh, let me just copy it again. Paste. Now you can see. So this command is Laravel new example app. So this command is using the Laravel installer. But the let command that I've used here, this is just an old way of creating Laravel applications. So you can just use this one, which is an old way, or you can just use this command for Laravel installer. So in order for you to use this command, please make sure you have run this command in your terminal and the Laravel installer is installed in your local machine. So that one is very good thing to catch up so that you can run it without any issue. But as the Laravel application will be created right here, so it will be a little bit different. So when I click enter, let me just keep it as the example app. So you can see this is just the name of my application. So you need to say Laravel new, then the name of your application. So you can see here the Laravel installer is giving the option. So do you like to install a starter kit? So here, because we are learning Laravel, I don't want to go to the starter kit before showing you how to just to play around with normal Laravel. So for right now, I'll just say none, meaning that I'll not install any of the starter kit. Then for testing, I just go with the PHP unit. Okay, so right now it says I get some error right here. So as you can see, I've go with PHP unit, and you can see it started to install your Laravel 11 project. So as I've said before, this is the second way of creating a Laravel application. So the first way, as I've showed you before, it was using this composer create project, then Laravel/Laravel, then the name of your project. But the second way, as I've showed you in this terminal, is to use the Laravel installer by running Laravel new, then the name of your application. Then you are going to choose the starter kit if you want. For me, I've said none, and then for testing, I've just gone with PHP unit. So that's it, and that is how you are going to create your Laravel 11 project. So let's check this one. Yeah, so seems like network has some issues, so let's just wait for them to complete, and then we are going to check it back later. Alright, so now you can see on our previous way, which is the old way, as you can see, it has already completed to create our Laravel application, and you can see it has set up the database using SQLite, and it has running the migrations, which are the default migrations. So this is done, and you can just close it and go and open that project. So you can see this is the test1 project that we've created. So you can just open right here. You can see it has been created successful. So you can just open it in your VS Code. So make sure you have VS Code in your application, and then you open with it like this way. Or some of you would like to use the command to open it, so you can just open a git bash like this way, and then just write body dot. Then you can, if you click that way, it will just open application like this way, right? So this is our application that we have created using the old way approach. So let me just close this one. But for this one that we have used the Laravel installer, as you can see up here, it requires some more steps which database will your application use. So by default, it will use SQLite, as you have seen on the old way. It will just pick this one by default. So for this Laravel installer, it is much easier for you to change the database. So for example, for me, I'll just go with the MySQL. So if you're using Postgres, you can just go with Postgres. If you're using SQL Server, you can just go with the SQL Server. So let me just go with the MySQL, and then it will ask me if I need to run the database migrations, the default one. So let me just say yes. So you can see our Laravel application is already installed. So you can just go to that application by going this way. So you can just change directory, and then you go to example app, and then you need to just let me just open in VS Code, then this one. Let me just close this one. So as you can see, we have the exam app, and also we have the test app. So let me just open them side by side. Right, so right here, as you can see, both of them have created the same application with the same folder structure. So nothing is different, but the only difference that you can see when you go to exam app, which you've created with using the Laravel installer, in your .env file, it will set up the database for you. Right here, you can see it has set as the database to MySQL. You can see the name of the database and the user name of your database. But when you come to this one that we've created with the old way, in your .env file, you can see here in database it has not set up anything. So it uses SQLite. So it is your task now to choose if you are going to use SQLite, or if you use this one, you can just change this one to MySQL. So Basically, I will not use this one because this one is the old way. So I was just trying to show you like you can use this way also to create Laravel applications. So I'll just close that one and then I'll open this project. So the next step, but before doing that one, here you can see for a fully featured graphical PHP installation and management experience, you can check out Laravel HUD. So what is Laravel HUD? Let me just open it right here. So I'll not talk about this one, but I just want to show you like instead of you having the issues of setting up the development environment and doing some stuff manually, when you download this Laravel HUD, as you can see, it will gives you all these features. So you will have PHP installed, you will have MySQL, you will have Nginx and everything. You can see email, dumps, log viewer, services, and the other things that you need to manage your local development. So this is Laravel HUD. I think I'll make another video on how to use this one, but for today's video, let's just go back on our Laravel documentation. So let's go down here. So the database and migration, as I've shown you before, you need to set up the database connection like this way. So this is a different approach from normal PHP applications at the way we were doing connection. So in Laravel, it's this easy to create your database. So even if you have the let's say database here, like let's say you've created a database called let's say testing DB, and then you want to connect it to a Laravel application. So just know the name of your database, and then you can come here and change it to testing underscore DB. Then your setup is done, and then you can just start it to use your application. So but for now, I'll just leave it as it was, because this database is already created by the application itself, as you can see, this one. So this is the database that it was created by the Laravel installer, so we don't need to mess up with that one. So the next step is to run the migration. But basically, if you have created the application using the Laravel installer, the migration is being running automatically. So when you try to go to your terminal right here, let me just zoom it a little bit so that you can see what I'm explaining and what I'm doing. When you try to run the command php @migrate, you will see you will have nothing to migrate, because already the database has been created, and inside it you will see there is tables that initial table or default table migration that are found on your Laravel application. So that is all about installing your Laravel application. So as you have seen, we've seen how to create Laravel application. So let me just pass you a little bit quickly about the Laravel directory structure. So when you install the Laravel application, basically it has the following structure. As you can see, you will have the directory for app, bootstrap, config, database, public resources, routes, storage, test, and vendor. Also, you'll have these files down here. So I'll explain every file its purpose on Laravel application in a quick way. So in a app directory, here is when you will find all the here we say this is the brain of your application, because it contains all the models, the controllers of your application. So it controls everything about your Laravel application. So this is important directory, and it needs to be there. On Bootstrap, here is where you are going to register some of your middlewares and something like that one. Here you can register your providers. So this is important directory too. The config directory here is where all your configuration will be stored here. The database, all your database things will be found here. The migrations, as for now you've seen, we have these tables that we have created, so these are the migrations. Later on we will see them in detail. Okay, you can create the factories, you can create the seeders, and then later on I'll just show you how to do them. Then on public, here is where all your public key issues will be found here. So the public key files like this one, the index. So your Laravel application use this file to start doing anything in your application. So this is the starting point for your Laravel application to run and perform any request and everything. So this is very important, and do not mess up with this file. So yeah, also we have the HT access, this one. So this one, if you are dealing with deployment of your application, this is important file. So yeah, you need to understand that one. Also, we have the resources directory. So the resources directory, basically it stores your views. Basically, most of the time on your Laravel application, you will be playing around with your views. But here also you are playing with around with your Laravel application JavaScripts, and so here all the required JavaScript will be found here. The global styling will be found here. So basically, even this JavaScript will be global for your entire application. So that is important for you to understand that one. Also in a route, as I said before, this is where Laravel route will be found. So here we are going to see how to define the routes and everything that your Laravel application is using. So on the storage, as it says, this means where your Laravel application will be storing here all the data that you store in your application. Let's say you are uploading pictures or files, will be stored here, and it will be either in private or in public, depending on the configuration that you've done. Also, if you want to see the logs of your application, all the logs will be found here in the logs directory of your storage directory. The test will be here. So when you need to do to write tests of your application, when you write the feature testing and the unit testing, these are the right storage for you. And also we have the vendor directory. So this is actually where everything is stored of your Laravel application, including the packages and everything. So they will be stored right here. So then we have these other files, but I'll just talk about the main important file, like this one. So this is an environment file for your application. As you can see, it starts with the dot, then env. So env stands for environment. So here you can just define all the environment parameters of your, or all the environment constraints of your Laravel application. So here you can see, you can just configure the mailing. You can just configure the Amazon web services. You can just configure the Redis. You can configure cache. You can configure the file system, the queue connection, session driver, database. So this is where you just maintain all of your environment, development environment constraint. Even you can just change the name of your application. I'll just show you how to change this one. So you can just change the time zone if you need to show the bugging errors and something like that. You can change the localization of your application here. So that is all about the .env file. But also you have the composer.json file. So this is containing all your, let's say it's a package control file. So it will control all the packages that will be installed in your Laravel application. So right now you can see we have the PHP, we have Laravel framework, we have Laravel Tinker. So that those are just the few packages that you have been installed right now. But also you can see we have the autoloads here. So later on I'll just show you how to use the helpers. So later on you will see how to add the some directories to your autoload so that they can be known to PSR4. So then we have the package.json. So this control the packages for your node. So all of the node dependencies will be stored right here. So also we have the tailwind.config.js. So this one is used for tailwind configurations. So here you can configure all your configuration according to the need of your application if you are using Tailwind. So that's all about the file structure. So let's go back to our task here. So then I've shown you already how to do the configuration about the environment variables. So also we have seen how to set up the database connection as we've seen before right here. So this is how you set up your database connection. And then the last thing is to run our Laravel application. So let's just run it and see how it looks like. So to run your Laravel application, just type this command in your terminal. Let me just zoom it so that you can see. Just write php artisan save. Alright, so you can see it is saying server running on this path. So just copy this path and then open it in your browser. So let me just open it right here. Yeah, so you can see our application is up and running. You can see the Laravel version, the PHP version is right there. So this is the path that Laravel application comes with. So you can see this is a welcome page. All right, so okay, so that's it, and that is enough for our starting point of this video. So let's go to the next part. All right, so continuing with the next part. So right here you can see we need to see how to do routing in Laravel application. So we are going to see how to do the basics of Laravel routing. So right now, when you go to a Laravel application, you will see only the web.php file. API.php file, you will not see it here. So when you go to routes, and then you will see web.php, which is this path. As you can see, this is the default route that is coming in the Laravel application. And you can see it is using the get function, and then in your URI you can see it is just a slash, the forward slash without any text right here. And then you can see we have the function here which is returning the view, and this view is called the welcome. So this function basically what it does, it goes to your Laravel application to resources directory, then it views, and then in views it will get the file name that you have passed here. So as you can see, the name of your view, it is called the welcome. So when you see this welcome, it is referencing to this file. So when we need to path, or you need to return a view right here, any other view, you can just create here that file. And why I'll just show you, like test.blade.php. so you will just ask yourself, like, why do we have two extensions right here? So we have the two extensions because this one is blade, and this blade means that we are using the blade templating engine, which is another feature that we are going to talk about it later on. So for right now, just created this file which is called test.blade.php, and inside it we can just add some sample HTML. So I'll just say test page. Okay, and then here we need to reference that file here. So I can just copy this one and then paste it down here. So instead of welcome, here I can just pass the name to be test, and then here I just reference my test file. So here you don't need to write the the extensions. So this function will automatically add the extensions itself right here. So just write the name, which is the name of your application, without the extension part. So actually, why you see this underlining here, this is an extension that I'm using, which is called the Laravel Go 2. So let me just show you Laravel Go 2 extension, which is this one. So make sure you've installed this one, because when you don't have that one, when you write this file, when it is wrong, you will never know if it is wrong or it's right. But if you are using this this extension, if the path is right, you can see it underscore it itself automatically. So to show you that this is the right path of your file. When I'm talking about path, sometimes this file will be found inside another directory right here. So let's say, for example, you create a new directory here called the test directory. Okay, so what you need to do, let me just rename this one. I just want to add this let's say underscore right here. So when you create this file inside here, let's say create a new file here. So just say test_2.blade.php. So when you are trying to access this file right here, the way you are accessing it will be different. Let me just add that one right here. So right now we are seeing you are just accessing it this way, because that file is found outside here. It is not inside any directory, so it is just inside the views. So you can just access it this way. Okay, so but if it is found inside another directory, like here test2, in order for you to be able to reference it, right now if I just add here test_2, as you can see, it is not underscoring it automatically, because this is not the right path. And when you visit this path, this view will not be found, and Laravel application will give you error. But let's start with testing this one. So let's just go to the application right here. So add here / then test. Then you can see this is the file. You can see the naming here. So let me just add some text here so that you can understand what I'm talking about. So just say test1 view. And then if you refresh right here, you can see test1 view. But if I try to visit this link right here, add it to in front of it, and then you can see it will give you error. Let's just see. You see, it says the view test_2 is not found. Why it is not found? You can see here the extension already showed you this, like this is not the right path for you to access the view. So because this view is already inside another directory, so to access this directory, Laravel application gives you that access. So just start typing the name of the directory like this way. So it is called the test directory. Then use the dot to access it. So when you just add the dot, you can see right now the extension will underscore it. So this is the right path for Laravel application to return a view. So this function will access that view inside the test directory. So right now, when you revisit and try to refresh, now you can see the error will be gone, and inside that the path, you can see we can just add the heading here and say test2 page. Okay, so now if you refresh, you can see the message right there. So that is how easy you can just start to deal with the Laravel routing in your web.php. In API, this is concerning with the API development, and as I've said before, this part you need to check my video that I'm going to paste to pin the link on the comment section, also in the video description. So that is all about web.php introduction. So now let's just see how to use the get, post, put and delete method. So up to now we have seen how to use the get method, but basically when you try to use the post method, this post method is used when you are trying to save that data to your database, or you are performing a request to update data in your database. So most of the time you will use post in those situations, and we are going to see them later on, because right now I don't want to mess up with this one. And now we are going to see how to define the basic route that will return a string, view and the JSON. So we have seen how to return the views. As we can see here, this is returning views. But if you want to return a text, you can just do something like this, and then here, instead of returning this view, you can just return your string right here. So you can just say like hello world, like that way, and then this can be test3, and then when you visit the test3 right here, you can see hello world is being returned there. So that is how you can return a string in your routes. So also to return a JSON response, maybe I'll show you later, because that maybe sometime you need to have the JSON in your application. So I'll just show you how to access them from database directory, and then you can just return them through models. So that one is done. Actually, we need to see how to pass the parameters in your routes. So to be able to do that one, I'll just show you one example. So I just say, like, for example, this way, and then I can just pass here a parameter, like this will be test4, and then I can just say like name, okay, and then this I just go to this file, which is test2. So let me just go here, and then I'll just add here down here another paragraph. So I'll just say hello and welcome to code with SJM. Then here I'll just show the name of my user. So I'll just pass here name. Okay, so what is happening right here? This will be the parameter. So when I'll access this test4 right now, let me just go to test4. When I'll not pass any value, you see this path is not found. But when I'll just say slash and then pass the name here, like here, Shadrach, and then enter. Okay, so and find the variable, this one. All right, so this will not be able to be done, because basically we need to pass this to a certain controller. So what I can do right here, we can just right. So to simplify how you can pass the parameter right here, I just want to show you a very quick way. You can just do this way. You can just pass the parameter, and then you can just pass it along the function, and you can just specify its style, its data type, and then you can just return a text like this way, and then return an ID. So for me here, I'll just say the name. It should be name, and that name should come here and also here. Okay, so when you visit this path, okay, let's go here, and then pass the name right here. Now you can see the user and the name that you have passed right here will be shown as that way. So that is all about passing the parameter, but basically later on I'll just show you how to pass the parameters to go in your controllers, to your views, and so on, something like that. So when we are talking about controllers, this will be easy. And then you can have the route groups and the middlewares in your application. So I just show you very quickly. For example, if you need to group these two routes to be on the same group. For example, this is all about route organization. So you can just say route and then group. You can see, and then you have the option to say like, okay, so this group will be the group for admin routes. Let's say, for example, I just say like this way. And then inside here, you need to pass some attributes. Let's say prefix of your routes will be like admin. Okay, so inside here you can just pass your routes. So let me just copy these routes right here, and then you paste it inside here. Okay, and then now when you need to access this test3 right now, if you try to access them directly in your route right here, when you try to access that one, basically it will say it is not found, because now we have added the prefix right here that it should start with the admin. So when you need to access this way, this path, you need to start with the admin before accessing that path. So say admin then /test3. When you access, you can see, alright, this is working. So even for this one, when you need to access it, you should start with the prefix of admin. So that is how basically you can just group your routes. But also you can add middlewares to your routes. So for example, let's say if I have a middleware right now, I can just add here right this way. So this will be applied to a single route like this way. But if I want to apply to all of this group, what I can do, I can just add it right here. I can just say middleware. Then I can just say my middleware will be, let's say, Auth. So this middleware will be applied to all of these routes. So this is just for testing, and I hope you guys have get something to learn from here. So I just delete this route because I don't need them on my next part of the video. So right now we've seen these basics of routing and some stuffs like that one. So the next part is about controllers. So let's go and dive on how to create controllers for your Laravel application, and how to create them, how to define the route for them, how to define the method in it, and how to return some views and some stuff like that. And then we are going to see how to perform the CRUD operations. So let me just start by closing these files because I don't need them. So now in your Laravel application, when you are creating controllers using command, and basically for you to understand more about routing, you will just need to go to Laravel documentation, and on the basic section you will see here there is routing section. So here you can see how to define the routing. So this is the basics routing that we have defined. As you can see, this is using controllers, so we are going to see this one very soon. Also, when you need to define the routing for API, you need to run this command. So by running this command, it will create the api.php file, which is missing right now in the route directory. So when you run that command, it will just add that file right here, and then you can just start to create your Laravel 11 APIs. So for example, right now if I go here and run it, you can see it will install some composer files. So just keep your eyes right here. You can see the API.php will be installed and will be created right here. So let me just wait for it to generate the optimized file, optimize the autoload. Okay, yeah, so now you can see API.php file is created. So right now you can just open it and you can see right now it has created the middleware which is called the Sanctum. So this is used for your API endpoint authentication. So that is all about how you can start to deal with the API routing. So you can see it has applied this way. Yep. So now you can see how to inject some dependency in your route. You can see how to protect the route using the CRUD token. So this we'll see in the forms when we started to do CRUD operation. You can just do route redirection. Yeah, we'll see how to do this way. You can see how to return the views as we've done before, how to return the views in your route. Yeah, when you need to list your routes, right now you can just run this command in your terminal and you can see the routes that you have right now in your database. So right now you can see the migration have not been published, so you can just say yes, and then this one will be just create this table that is called the personal access token. So let me just clear that one and then just run that command, php @route list. Then it will list the path that you have. So you can see we have the APIs and we have this path which is this one. If I just Control Z here and return the routes that we had lately, like this way. Now when you rerun this command, you can see all the routes will be listed right here. Let me just see. Yep, you can see we have admin test 3, we have admin user, then name. You can see we have this / we have test 2, and so on. So this command helps you to know the route that you have currently, the method they had, and everything that you need to know about your route. So let me just Control Y for me to remove them. Yeah, so you need to pass through here in order for you to be able to understand more about routing and those structures of how to create the route of your Laravel application. So let's go to controllers, as I was trying here to create a controller for us to be able to test your application. So let me just clear that one. And then to create a controller, when you go to Laravel documentation right here, you can see controllers right here. So for you to be able to create a controller, you can just run this command, okay? But for right now, when you go to your application under HTTP, then controllers, you will see you have this basically the default controller, which is created by Laravel itself. But when you try to create your controller, you just run this command. So php @make, then controller, then the name of your controller. So for right now, the name of our controller will be user controller. So let me just create that controller. So you can see this one has been created right here. Okay, so let's open that file. Now you can see we have this file created. So we have already seen how to create the Laravel controller via @ command. So let's try to define the method and the routing to the controller. So for example, we can just create a public key function called the index, and then this file, this method will return the view which is called the welcome. So right now, instead, if you remember, instead of using this route like this way to return the view directory, now we can just let me just comment this one, and then we can create our own route right here. Then we can just call this function like this way. So here you need to pass the name of your controller, but this is one way of referencing your controller. But basically, I don't recommend to use this way, because it looks like an old way fashion. So I just comment it here for the one who would like to use, can use that way. But I recommend to use this way. So I can just add here like this way, and then I can just add these branches, brackets, and then I just call my controller. And then after calling the controller, then you need to specify the function. So here it allows you to specify the name of your method or function that is coming from your controller. But right now you can see it is showing you error right here. And this error, if you hover it, you can see user of unknown plus user controller. So right now this controller is not known by this file. So when you want to access that controller in this file, you need to import it right here. So for you to be able to import this file directory here, you can just click this and import this class. But this will be you'll be able to import it that way if you are using extension called the PHP interface. No, I mean PHP namespace. Let me just search it. PHP namespace resolver. Okay, yeah, so this one, as you can see, it is called the PHP namespace resolver. So this is helping your Laravel application to know how to get the classes. So when you come here and you just click this file, you'll be able to see this option of importing class. But if you don't have that one extension, which I recommend you to have, but in any circumstance that you don't have it, let's say for example this is not there, what you are supposed to do if you have this one, you just need to write this one manually. So you just type there use, then the path, then backward slash, then HTTP, then you can put backslash controllers, you see, and then you can just give the name of your controller. Then you don't forget to terminate that one, and then this error will be gone. So to use this one this way is much easy, and it will help you to reduce the errors for you to fail to identify the correct path here. So yeah, I recommend you to use that extension. It will be easier for you. So right now, as you can see, we have changed this path from this one, which is returning the view directory, to this one, which uses the controller to return this function. This function, if you go here, it is called the index, and inside it we are returning the same view that was returned by this path. So what it is been doing here, instead of accessing the view direct from the route, we're just accessing it from here. So now if you go to your application and try to access that path right here, you can see still you are getting the same result. So this is how you are using the controllers to define the route. Okay, so this is done, and that is, I think it is understandable. So let's go to the next part, which is to let's say routing is already done. So how we are going to create some of the resources in order for us to perform the CRUD operations. So for you to be able to perform some CRUD operation and all of that stuff, I want to give you some basics about the blade templating engine. Then we will do a simple CRUD operation. So let's just go directly to the blade templating engine. So for right now, as we have seen, all of our blade files are stored in a views directory. So inside here, you can see this is the blade template or the blade file. which is the welcome page. So this is the one that you see here. So when you come here and remove this data and go back here and refresh, you can see this will be blank. So here we can just pass our data or our HTML code, and then let's say this is a welcome page. And then if you go back here and try to refresh, now you can see this is a welcome page, and we can say lady file. Yeah, so refresh, now you can see. Yeah, so now I want to show you the basics of lady templating, so that you can be able to use them on creating any application with Laravel application. But at the end of this video, we are going to create a simple project. That is what I wanted to promise you guys. So we are just learning this basics, and then we are going to create that application. So we are going to create a project which is called the recipe sharing application. So I'll just use that application to try to cover all of this concept and feature that we are trying to get familiar with. So by doing the project, it will give you options for you to understand more about some challenging of Laravel and some stuff like that. Yeah, so right now let me just show you. So we are going to see how to create layouts. So before you be able to create layouts, I just want to show you these simple things like displaying data in your Blade file. Then I'll just show you how to do loops, and then I'll just show you how to do if conditions, and then we are going to see how to create the layouts. So the layout basically I used it to simplify you, in order for you to not repeating doing the same file, or for you to create the same file that contains the same data. You just create it once, and then you can just extend it. So yeah, so for now let me just start by showing how to display data. So to display data in your Blade views, as I've shown you before, we can just go here and just say, for example, I just have the editing tool. So I just say data from controller, okay, and then here we can just show that data right here. So to show data from in your Blade template, you need to use this double curly braces like this way. So this is used to escape the characters. So this is just how you are going to see. So here I just passed the variable called name. So this variable I need to take it from here. So right here I can just create a variable called name, and then I can assign it a value, let's say John Doe. But now this value will not be accessible to this page. So right now if I go to this page and try to refresh, you can see I'll get error because this one will be undefined. So it is undefined because this function does not pass that data directly to the view. So you need to pass it right here. You can just pass it as an array. You can just pass it right this way, and then this way will be accessible. But also you can just use the function called the compact, and then pass the name of your variable like this way. So I'll just comment this one, and I can just use the first option that I shown you before of using array like this way. Okay, so you can just use either of these ways and it will work fine for you. So right now if I try to refresh, you can see data from controller, and now you can see John Doe, it is been printed right away. So this is how to show you to show the datas in your Blade files, okay, from your controllers. So as I've said, you can just use this way, or you can just comment this one and then comment this one, and it will still work for you. If you refresh, you can just still see John Doe. So these are the two ways for you to pass the data from backend, which is controller, to the front end, which is your Blade file. Okay, but later on we are going to see how to retrieve this data from database and then pass it through your views and show them accordingly. So now what I want to show you is how to use the for each loop and to use the if conditions and some stuff like that one. So let's start by show you the if conditions. Then we are going to see the for each and the other loops. So for example, right here, I just want to say, for example, right here I can just define another parameter, let's say a, and I'll give it a value of 10, let's say, and then I can define b of value of 20, let's say, and then right here I can just pass those data right here, a and b, as you can see. Okay, so a and b right there, you can see these are the parameters. So right now here we can just access them. So for example, here if I put a and go here on my view and try to refresh, you can see I can access that value. So now I want to use the if condition to show the message here, like if a is greater than this one, then that one will be it will print a certain value. So right here I just want to say something like this. So I can just say, for example, if, so just start typing if, and then you can see you have this option to add the if condition right here. So I just say, for example, if then a is greater than b, and then down here I can just print a paragraph saying a with the value of, then I can just pass the value right here, a is greater than b with the value of b. But basically, if you can see from here, a is less than b, so that one will not print anything. So if we go back here and try to refresh, it will not print that thing, because you can see down here it does not print anything. Why? Because this one will be false. So if it will be false, that one will not print. So here we can just say we can just have an else condition. So I can just say else. Remember to add the at in front of it. Else we can just say, I think this one will be great. It will say b with the value of this one is greater than a with the value of that one. So that is how easy you can just show these if conditions. So if you go here and refresh, you can see b with the value of 20 is greater than a. So when you will just change that condition right here, like this will be 30, then if you refresh, you can just see a will be greater than b. So this is how easy you can just use the if conditions or the conditional statements like that one. So that is how easy you can just use that. But other directives like this one, you can just define them in Laravel documentation right here. So you can just come here to Blade templates. Okay, and then if you come here to Blade directives, you can see the Blade directives. You can just see the if statement like that one that I've showed you before. You can just see the is set. So is set is like you are checking if that variable has something on it. So for example, you can just use this one to check if, let's say, a have value or not. You can just use the empty to check if it is empty or not. Authentication directives, like if you need to check if that user is authenticated or is a guest. So there is more and more directives that you can use, and basically all of that are useful in your Laravel application. You can just use the switch statements like that way. And also down here I want to show you the for each for each condition and something like that. So for example, this one is easy if you want to loop on your data using the for loop. For example, down here, if I go and paste that code right here, you can see you need to start with the @ then for. This is just a normal for loop. If you are familiar with the for loop, what has changed here is just how you are defining this one. So this will loop for these 10 datas, and then it will print that value of that index in your application. So right now, let me just see here. You can see it starts from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 9. Yep. So because we have started here from 0, if I start from 1, it will print up to 10. So let me refresh. Now you can see it will start from 1 up to okay, yeah, it will stop from 9 because that one value will be reduced from there. Yeah. So this is all about how you can use the for each loops. But if you want to print it in a good way, you can just add here the break. So you can just say okay. So now you can see it has printed them in a vertical way so that you can see them very clearly. Okay, so that is all about the for each loop. If you want to use the other loops like for each, like this one, okay, you can also use that one. For example, if I have this one, and then inside here I can have the array. Let's say, for example, users. Okay, I can just say name, then I can just say, let's say Shadrach. All right. Okay, so yeah, what I want to do here is actually not, let's say, email, then address. Let's say I just want to run through this array. So let me just call it, let's say, array. And then I just want to pass that array right here. So here you can just pass that a lot of parameters as you want. So now if I go to the view and pass that array right here, and then let's say item, and then use that item to access the name, for example, from that array right here. Okay, okay, so this will not work. Actually, we need a different kind of array. So let me just update that array. Right, so I've just created this array, which is like two-dimensional array. As you can see here, you can see we have the name, we have email and address, as you can see. Okay, so now if we go here and we try to access the name, right now it will not give us the error because that one will be accessible, because okay, so still we are getting this error right now. This is because okay, yeah, so here what we are supposed to do is to access that data in the form of array. So to access that data in the form of array, you can just use the these brackets like this way, and then if you come back here and refresh, now you can see we can access the names like this way. Okay, and if you want to access the name and any other data, you can just concatenate them here by doing this way. Then here you can just say, let's say email, and here you can just say address. Okay, and if you refresh, you can just see the name, email address, and the address of the street. Yep, so this is how you are going to use the loop for each for and any other directives in Blade engine. So now let me just show you how to use the layouts. So how to create layout in your Laravel application is pretty much easy using the Blade templating. How I'm going to show you. For example, in this page you are having this body, which is tags for HTML, and we are expecting, for example, if we want to navigate from this page, let's say from this page, I just want to navigate from here, let's say go to, let me just say page 2, and here I can just say go to page 2. So this will give me a link right here to go to the second page. So let me just define that page right here for the second page. So I just start by creating the, let's say, page 2, and then in my resources I already have this page called the test. So let me just pass it right here. It is called test. Okay, so let me just add here the path, which I'll call it test 2, and then it I'll call it page 2. Okay, so right now we can be able to navigate through to that page. Okay, so this is our function, and when we come here we are going to navigate to that page. So in that page also I want to have the another path to return me back to the welcome page. So this will say go back home. Okay, so if right now I try to refresh and go to this one, page 2 is not found. Let me just check right here. Oh yeah, so this should be page 2, not test 2. Now let's refresh. Now you can see the page is right here, and then if I go here, I'll just come back to this page. But what I want to have like a navigation here, which will be the same in both pages. So to have that navigation, that's where the layout comes around. So let me just create the layout and just show you how it saves us more. So let me just create a new directory right here called the layouts. Okay, and then in this layout I just create a new file called the application layout.blade.php. Okay, and inside it, instead of creating a new file, I'll just copy this, just cut that tags, and then I'll come down here, I'll cut also this body tag, and then paste it down here, and then here on I'll just add the main tag, and then on main tag here is where we are going to use the yield directive, which is this one, and then the content one is where you are going to use on extending that layout here. So here what we are going to use, we are going to use the directive called extend, and then here you are going to pass the name of your layout file. So what we are going to call it here, the file is found on layouts directory, and then it is called app layout. So you need to say layouts, then we are going to call the application layout, which is called the app, then hyphen layout. Okay, so now you can see has been underlined, so meaning that that path is correct. And then down here, in order for good organization of your code, we are going to use the section part, and then that section part is going to access the content, which is this one right here. Okay, and then here down here you need to end your section. So here you need to close the section by using the end section directives. So this is how you are going to create the layouts for your pages. So this is how you are going to add also on your every other pages. So you don't need to add this, so you just need to pass that one, and then down here you need to have the closing part. So let me just remove these tags and then add the end section. So you can see how the code is being reduced from being having all the data, I mean the tags for HTML and something like that, but right now use just the extension, and then down here just the code that you want to have in your view. So right now if I go back here in the refresh, you will see nothing has changed, because when the Laravel application will be rendering the view from here, let's say when you access this path, for example, when you access this path, Laravel application will go to this function, and then from this function it will return this view. When it will return this view, when you go to this view, Laravel application will automatically add the tags that are found on this page or on this file automatically up here on this file. Okay, and then this code will be added below it. And so this is how you add the layouts for your Laravel application. So for example, when you need to have this path in your navigation, you can just add them here on your layout. So for example, here I can just have the navigation, and then inside it I can have the path that I want to have. So this I can just call it page 2. So here I can just say page 2. All right. So here, instead of having this path right here, I can just remove it. All right. And then on the page, this one, I can just remove that one. So that layout will be available in this page and also in this page. So right now, if I refresh right here, you can see I have these two links here. So for example, if I click home, it will still redirect me here. If I click this one, you will see I've come to this page, but this path already exists right here. So you can see how easy the layouts save time and also reduce you the time for repeating yourself, creating the same file or the same code that you already exist in your application. So right now, if I say go back home, you can see it is redirecting me back to my welcome page. So that is all about the layout of your Laravel application, and that is how the Blade templating engine help us. Okay, so in terms of helper function, I'll not show you right now, but later on I'll show you when we start to deal with the data from database and something like that with the authentication and everything. So yeah, that is how we are doing. But now I want to show you how to pass the parameters in a route and then being accessible in your controllers. So for example, right now in this page, I want to pass a parameter in my path right here. So for example, I want to pass the user name, okay, and then in this function I can access that value here, which is user name, okay, and then I can just pass that username right here. All right, so like this way. And then if I come to this page right here, I can just say user name, okay, and then when I access this route right now, if you go to your terminal and you try to list your routes like now, you can see you have this path which you can just pass the username. So right now, instead of just passing the /, you need to pass the username of your user. So right now, if I access this one, it will give me error saying that this path is not found. So right now, if I pass here the name, like saying user 1, and then enter, now you can see the page is found, and now you can see the value is being shown here. So that is how basically you can just pass those parameters in your routes. So this one you can say data from route parameter, in order for you to understand, to distinguish between this one and this one. So this is coming from controller and this one is coming from the parameter, okay. So that is how easy you can just deal with the blade templating and the controllers. So now what I want to do, I want us to, before performing the CRUD operation, I need you to be aware of models, so that when we started to do the CRUD operation, you can be able to use the models to perform those operations. So basically, we need to do a quick introduction to Eloquent and database models. So basically, if you go to Laravel documentation right here, if you go to database right here, to Eloquent ORM, basically, here so you can see there is a way for you to be able to create these models, but basically the models a way for you to access your database. So every table of your database is being represented to the class which is called the model. So the model is just a way or a picture representation of your tables in your database. So for example, if I want to create a model, let's say for a list of my users, for example, right now in my application, the model for users is already there. You can just see here, this model is already created, okay, and its migration is already there, because that are coming by default with the Laravel application. So if you open this one, you can see this is the table. So the table is called users, and the class which is our model is called the user.php, which is found inside the models. So this is how basically you can just use the models. But I want us to create our own models and create our own migrations, and then see how to use them. So basically, we are going to create our model. So I'll just use this command right here. So let me just come here and clear my terminal, and then I'll just say php @ make model, and then I'm going to pass the name of our model. Let's say I just say, let's say recite model, and then there is flags that you can pass, or you can just end there and then enter. Then it will say what will be the name of your model. So here you can just say recite, okay, and then would you like to any of the following? So you can just create the CEDA, factory, request, migration, policy, resources controller, and everything like that one. So for now, I just want only the migration. So I'll just type here migration in order for it to create the table for us. So now when you go to app models, then you can find the recite.php file has been created right here, like this way. Also, when you go to database migrations, now you can see there is a file called the recipes. So this will represent our table in a database. So here you need to specify the column that will be found in your database. So for example, I just say the recipe name, description, let's say ingredients, let's say instructions, let's say image of that, basically the recipe. So that is just the easy table, let's say sample for a table that we are going to have, okay. And then in our model right now, you need to go and add those data as fillable. So right now you need to add this thing here. So as you can see, you need to add the name, description, ingredient, instruction, and image. And why do we need to add this protected fillable variable? This is used by mass assignment attributes, okay. So these are helping you basically to be able to update this data in your database directly from the controller. Why? Because right now all your models are being guarded. So for example, I can just show you one thing. All right, so that is what you need to actually add here, and later on we are going to see how to add in more stuffs in this model, but for now I think this one is enough for basic way to just use our table and our model class. So now because we have already created this table, so we need to run the migration in order for that table to be created in your database. So right now, if you go to the database, which is this one, and if you refresh, you can just see here there is no table called the recipe, okay. So when we run that command php@migrate, now you can see it has created this recipe table. So let's go back here and refresh. Now you can see the table recipe here, and then you can see inside it we have these fields that we have added, but the created at, updated at, and ID value were added automatically to our migration, which is this one, and also timestamp. So timestamps add the created at and the updated at. So this field used to track your record when you created and when you updated them. So that is how easy it does. But also here it will just check if the table already exists. It will just drop the table and then create the new one, okay. So that's all about the migration and how to create them, and also that is all about the model. So now what you need to do, you can be able to perform the CRUD operations that we were trying to add right here, okay. So I just give you the introduction to database and the migration, and then let's try to perform the CRUD operation, okay. So to perform the CRUD operation, basically what you need to do is to go to your terminal, and let's create the controller for reset. So I just say php@make controller. So I'm writing here for you to get familiar with these commands and you know how to do them. So let's just create a controller called the recipe controller. Okay, yeah. So then in that controller, let's go to that controller. Recipe controller right here. So here we can just have the public function called the, let's say, index. All right, and then in our index file we can just return a view. So we can just say return view, and then here we are going to return a view called the recipe index. So we need to create this directory called the recipe. So let's just go to views and create the directory called the recipe. Okay, and inside it we are going to create the index file. So index.blade.php. okay, so right here, instead of creating everything from scratch, we can just extend the layouts, and then up, then layout. Okay, and then we need to have the section. Right, and then the section will be content. Okay, and then here you need to end the section. All right, and then inside here we can just have the table that is showing the recipe. So what I'm going to do, I'll just create that table very quickly, so no need for me to start creating it from scratch. So I'll just put it like that way, and basically I'll just use Bootstrap for this tutorial. So let me just add the Bootstrap in my layout. So let me just go back here and add the Bootstrap. So let me just go here and Bootstrap 5. Then I can add this CSS link. So let me just add it here. Recipe application. Okay, and then you can just add this JavaScript, the bundled one. So let me just add it here. All right. So right now, if I go back to index right here, this routes and everything is not there for adding recipe, and for deleting, showing and edit is not there at the moment. So what I'm going to do, I'll just go and create this route for us to be able to create the recipe. So let me just go to okay, oh, I forgot to add the public function right here. Yeah, so now this one is fine. Okay, so this return this file, which is this one. But right now, if we try to accept this one, it will say this one is not found. So this is because this one I've just created it. Yeah, so to simplify our task right now, so let me just go and basically add the details that we need. So we need to have this path. So let me just go to route here. I'll just say we need to have the first path for accessing the recipe. So here and then I'll import this class right here. So remember to import it if you don't have that access to import it directly through the extension. So this will load our page. So right now, if I try to visit this page called the recipe from this path right here, you can see basically the recipe page Okay, let me just run this command php optimize. I just want to refresh my application, and then you go back here and refresh. All right. Yeah, we don't have that path right now. Oh yeah, I remember why this is happening, because we changed this path right here. So right now it is accepting any parameter instead of showing us the basically the file that we need. So let me just remove this one. Now if I go back here and refresh, now you can see it is going well. Okay, so now let me optimize again because I've changed the routes. So let me just refresh again. Okay, now let's see. All right, so because in the index function of user controller, we passed this one. So let me just remove it. And now refresh. Okay, and define the variable username. Also, we need to remove that username from here. Okay, so now you can see we have something like this. Okay, if you go to page 2, now you can see it is working fine. Let's go to recipe. Now you can see, as I've said, this route is not there, so it will gives us error. So let's just go to web.php and create that path right here. So I just create a route, and then you get, and then I just say create. Okay, and then recipe controller, then the function called the create, which I'm going to create it soon. Then the name will be, we need to pass that name, which is recipe create. So this will be corresponding to this path right here, because when we are using the route function right here, you just need to have this name. But if you change this one to URL, this is important, you need to understand. If you are using URL, you just need to pass this URL right here. So to avoid this one, because you can just have the more than one create URI, so that's why we introduced this function called name, so that you can just use here the route, which will be unique for your application. Yeah, so this one now it will not give us error, but we don't have that function in our recipe controller, which is called the create. So we need to go to our recipe controller and create the function called the create. Okay, so now let's create this view called the create inside our recipe directory. So create.blade.php. Okay, and then inside it we can just use Bootstrap to create the forms, because right now we have added Bootstrap in our application. So let me just go here. Let me just use this one. So let me just copy this code. Remember, you need to extend here. And you need to have the section. You need to have the section, which is content. Okay, which is content. And then down here you need to pause that section. You need to say end section, and then inside it I'm going to paste my form, but basically it is supposed to be inside the form, which will be the post. Then inside here I'm going to paste that code. Alright, and then this will be the form. We will just edit it as soon as possible. Okay, and here in our form, in our table, basically we also have the recipe show path, and the recipe edit, and also recipe destroy. So we need to have these 3 routes in our web.php. So down here we need to have the one for store, we need to have one for showing, and we need to have one for edit, and one for update, and one for destroy. So all of these I'm just generating them for easy and for enabling us to go with the speed. So you just need to copy this. If you are not familiar on how to create them, you can just copy them as seen right here. So I just go and create this function called the store in our recipe. So let me just go to here and create that function called the store. Okay, and then inside here I'm going to show you how to do validation. So this is how you are going to validate your data. So we need to have these details in our form. Okay, and then here we are going to create the recipe object. Let me import that one. So here you need to import that model. Okay, and then here you need to add that recipe. So you can have the recipe name, recipe description, instruction, the image if you have, and then you need to save that one to your database. So this is how basically you are going to save your database. This is validation, and this is how you are going to save it in your database. But you need to have this in your form. Okay, so now before going to that form, I just want to show you something right here. So now this all these routes are there, but their functions are not there. So let me just finish with creating the other functions. So the show function with that one. Also we need to have the edit function. So here we need to have the ability to update that data. Okay, So we need to have the function here for update. So as you can see, this will be updating our data. I'll just explain each of this function later on. Right now I'm just creating them so that we can have them in a quick way. Okay, so now we have those functions and everything. So now if we optimize our project, so let me just optimize, and then go back here and try to refresh. Okay, so it says we don't have the variable recipe. So this is because we have not created the recipe right here. So let me just create a recipe, and then I'll just access all the recipes from my database. So here comes, you see, this is our model. As you see here, I've imported it, so now I can access it. And then here you can see I'm using the all function, which is already, I've mentioned it here, that we are going to use the functions to retrieve record from database by using the function like all, find, where, and first. So for now, you can see I'm using the all function. So this all function it does. So you can just see here from the this explanation, it say get all of the models from the database. So it will get all the data and map it to this model, and then you can just be able to access that data. So right now that data will be stored in this recipe. So if you need to check how that data is coming from database, you can just let's say dump those data right here like this way. Okay, and then when you try to access this page again, you can see now it is giving you this type of page. So now if you go back here, you can just see I don't want to use the paginations, so I'll just remove that one. Okay, so we need to see this page actually. So now let me just remove that dump that we were trying to show. As I've mentioned before, now this array is empty because we don't have any data in the recipe table. If you come here, you can see we don't have any recipe right here. So what we are going to do, we are going to create one of the recipe and see how it will look like. So now if you go back and refresh, oh yeah, we don't need to pass that value here, so let's just pass the recipe right here and then refresh. Now you can see we have this table with the name recipes. So let me just add the navigation from Bootstrap. So let me just find the navigation right here. So layout, content. Let me just find the, let's say, navigation bars. Okay, I just want to use the simplest one. I don't want to complicate things right here. Anyway, let me just use this one. I think this one is the simplest one. So let me just go to my app.layout. If you can see where we were having this one, let me just replace it with that one. And then if we go back to our application and to try to refresh, now you can see we have this top bar, and then we can just change this links. So this navigation bar, we can just say recipe application, right? And then here on home, we can just put this one because that is path for our home. And then here we can just say recipes. So let me just pass the recipes there. And then we can just remove these other routes because we don't need them. Okay, so now we have home, and also we have recipes. So when you click recipes, it will direct here, and if you go home, it will direct you here. So you can see now the application have this kind of page. So let's go to recipes. So now when you click create, it will direct you to this page which have the forms, but this form is actually not looking good. So let me just show you how to make it look a little bit nice. So right here, what I can do, I can just add the title. We can have that one, but here I just want to say I just want to add the container. So I can just say container, right? And in that container I can just add the CRUD, and then inside that CRUD I can just say and just use that one, and then let me just cut this one and paste it right here. Okay, but if you remember, we have description, we have instruction. Okay, so let's just add the instruction. And just say instruction. Okay. Yeah, because you need to match that with this one because we have instruction and ingredients. So also we need to have the ingredients here. Let's just have another text area here for ingredients. So let me just select both of them and say ingredients. Okay, so that will be this should be instructions. So make sure that's name corresponding to the one that on your controller, so that when you submit this form it will not give you any error. Okay, so that is how the form should look like now. So now let's see how it looks like. Okay, recipe index not defined. Oh, let's see, recipe index. Oh yeah, here we need to have the name like that way, and then if you refresh, you need to optimize basically, because sometimes they are being cached. So when you optimize, you are refreshing your application. So now you can see the form is looking a little bit nice. Okay, so let me just put this one to green. I want to differentiate with that one on top, so let me just keep it as success. Okay, yeah, so when you click back here it will turn you here. When you click this one it will give you this create recipe page. Okay, so now what we need to do, we need to add some validations on your form. So to add the validation, you can just add the error directives right here, like this way. Then you can just end the error. So just copy that one and paste it for all of the other thing. But remember to change the name right here. It is very important. This will help us when we have an error. We can just be able to see them. So here it is instructions, you need to update that one, and here it is ingredient, update that one. Okay, yeah, but basically I don't want them to be alert. I just want to change them to, and just select all of them to be text danger. All right, but also I don't want them to be divs. I just want them to be span. So I'll just change that one to, and this one to, and also this one to. Yep. So right now we have this form. So now let's try to submit this form and see if the validation is working fine, because right now this will send our request to this path, which is called the recite, this one, recite store, which is this one, recite store. So it will direct the request to this function called the store. When you come to this function, you can see we are doing some validations right here. So we need to see if these validations are working. So we are just saying that all of them are just required. So we just require them, meaning that the user must fill something in order to submit forms. So let me just try to click create recite. Now you can see the validation is working fine. You can see which requires our user to add some data. So I just say recite name. I can just, I don't know the recite name, but I can say like fried chicken, but this I think is just weird. Let me just use this extension to fill some data right there. So you can just add this extension, which is called the form filler. So you can just add it, this one. You can just install it in your application. So yeah, you can just install it in your browser. So it will just fill itself like this way. So this is just a dummy data. So let me just click create. Now you can see the data is being created right here. And then we need to have these pages for view, edit, and if we click delete right now, basically it will delete our data, because already that functionality is being done right here. If you can see, when you click this delete button, it is going to send that request to this path, which is called the recite destroy, and the recite destroy is this one, okay, which will direct those requests to this function. And when it will just get that recite, and then it will delete it from the database. So that is actually working right now, but the edit and view, we cannot do them because right now we don't have those pages. So what we are going to do right now, you can see these pages are not found. So let's just go and create those pages. So you can see for viewing, we need to create the show view right here on recite. Create a new file, show.blade.php. All right, and then here what we need to do, we just need to extend, use this one, and here you just extend the layouts, and then you need to have the section. All right, so end section, and then this will be an easy way for you to show your recite. So I think this is very easy for you to create. You just need to have the CRUD header. When you just show the recite name, this will be the button for going back home or to your recite index. Then here the CRUD body is going to be for showing the description, instruction, and the ingredients. So that is how easy you can just show that one. So let me just go back here and refresh. And then if I click view, then you can just see this is the name of my recipe, and then you can just see the description, the instruction, and the ingredient. So this is how easy you can just show your data. Then we need to perform the editing functionality. So let's just go here and see what name of view we need for edit. Basically, we need to create this view called the edit right here. So let me just create that .embed.php, and then right here we need to extend the layout. Right, we need to have the section, right, which is content. All right, and then here we need to have the edit form. So I'll just generate that one, and then end section. All right, so this will be the form for editing, and basically you can see it have the edit header. You can see the recipe name is there. Okay, so this is how you are going to show the recipe before the editing. So you just show the current data from database. How is here, you can see when you visit the edit button, it will direct request here, and then it will get the ID of that recipe, and then it will store that recipe here. That recipe will be returned to this view by using the compact function, which is this one, and then it will direct this one here. So you can access the description, the instruction, and you show it as the value of the text area. Here you can just see it is the value of the input field right here. Okay, but also the validation is right there, so don't forget about that. But here you can see the method that we are using in this form is put, basically because we are going to update that data. All right, so now this is how it looks like. So let's just go back here and refresh. Now click edit. You can just see it goes to this form called the edit recipe, and then you can see the name of the recipe. You can see the details. So now what it is going to be done, when you click this update button, it will direct the request to this path called the or route, which is called the recipe index, recipe update, and then from there it will direct the request to this function called the update. Okay, so here it will get the recipe that you want to edit, and then it will get the value from request, which is coming from the edit function, edit form, and then it will update that one to the existing data from database. So remember, when you are accessing that data, this will create an object, so you can just use that object to update this data. So this is the powerful feature of models. So this is how ORM, Eloquent ORM, is helping us to perform database manipulations and CRUD operations in easy way, like that way. Okay, so now let's try to update that data. So for example, here I'll just say like, okay, so fried chicken. I just want to update that one, and then update. Now you can see the recipe name is that way, but if you go to view page, you can see the fried chicken, then the description. So this is how easy you can just perform the CRUD operation in your Laravel application. So I was just doing this to give you the insight of how Laravel application is easy, and how much you can just perform or create your product in a fast way. So if you are new to Laravel, I'd just like to say welcome. This is how easy Laravel can be. So yeah, so let's just continue with this one. but I want to add a simple thing here. When you add and edit the data, I just want to show the, let's say, the success message right here. And if by any means it happens, it fails, I just want to use the try and catch. Okay, I just want to use the try and catch right here. So let me just copy this one and paste it right here. And then when you come here, you need to have the catch, right? So if by any means it happens there will be an error, we can just return the error to your users, and when we are successful, we can just show the success message. So that one we need to show it on index right here. So from index right here, to show that message, let me just check here how it looks like. We can just show it right here. So let me just add it here, so you can just use that way. And if session has an error, we can just show the error message, so it will be like that way. But basically I just like to use the padding right here, so let me just use some padding. And then now what I want to show you is this. When you add a new recipe right here, and just add some data, create recipe, now you can see it is showing this like message, like saying the recipe has been created successful. Let's say add another one. See? Yeah, this is how easy you can just do this. So we need to test the delete functionality. So now if I click delete, you can see the data is being deleted, but no message is being shown here. But also we need to add the confirmation message for user to confirm before performing the delete function. So here I just want to add the description column, so that user can see the description of that recipe. So here I just say description. So right now you can see we have the description, but also you can just show here when that recipe has been created. So you can just say created at. So here you can just say created on, refresh. Now you can see this is how basically you can just do them. But here you can see in a blade templating, I said I will show you how to use the helper function. So for example, you can just use the helper function. For example, here there's this option called the helpers, and then in helpers I'm going to the dates. So on dates I'm going to I want to format my date right there. So just try to basically I don't see it right here, but what I want to show you is just to format this date in my format that I want. So I can just do something like this, like date. Then I can provide my format, like I can just say I want to show the month, then year, I mean month, day, which is the day, then the year. Then I can just show the hours, the minute, right? And then here I'm going to say string to time, and then inside that one I'm going to pass this value. All right, so this will format my date in that way. So let me just go back here and refresh. Now you can see month, date, year, time, you can see. So that is how basically it is easy for you to update some data on your Blade template, or how to do things in your views. So let's add the confirmation message right here, so that user cannot delete that one without confirming. So here, let's say on a click, use this event. So on a click, we can just say confirm, and then we can just say, are you sure? Right? So now let's refresh, and then when a user click delete, you can say, are you sure? We say yes, then that data will be deleted. So to show the message if that data is being deleted, also here on the update and the delete, I want to add the try and catch. So let me just add the validation. Let's add the try. Alright, so here it will turn us to index when it's successfully updated and when it fails. So this is how easy you can just do that one. But here also we need to have that try and catch. So I'll just do try. Alright. Okay. And just remove that one. Okay, so now reset deletion successful, reset deletion has failed. So now everything will return us with the messages. So right now, if we create a new recipe, create, now you can see the message, and let's say on edit, we can just edit this one. So let me just refill it again, then update. Now you can see recipe updated is successful. Now add another one to test the delete one. Create. Now you can see, now delete, are you sure? Yes. Then recipe deleted successful. So this is how easy you can just do the CRUD operation with Laravel. So yeah, that is how easy you can do it. So Blade templating, we've done with that one. I think I've covered a lot of stuffs right here, and I'm pretty sure you will be now able to perform any functionality with your Blade templates. Now the next part is going to add the relationships in your application, and basically we have seen the find function. If you have not seen it here, we have just used this one. So the find function basically is finding a model by its primary key. So you can just see here, we are just getting the recipe that we need to delete by getting its ID. So you can just see from here, we are passing the ID to this path, and then when you are passing that ID, it will be accessible right here. When it will be accessible, then you can use this find function, and it will return that recipe here. When it will return that recipe, let me just show you. If you dump that recipe right here before deletion, you can just see it will get only the required recipe. So let me just do this one. You can see this is how it looks like. So if you go to attribute, you can see the ID is 4, and if you go to database and see the recipe, you can see we have the ID number 4, which is Hannah Brownie. So go to that here, you can see Hannah Brownie. So it has get only the required data, and from there it can be able to delete that data. So that is how powerful the Eloquent ORM of Laravel is. So I would like to encourage you guys to go deeper on this one, because this is very easy and it saves a lot of time. Instead of you trying to create your own queries and you retrieve data by your own queries, it takes a lot of time. But if you are using this Eloquent ORM, it is much easy using models and migrations to manipulate your database. So thank you, and see you on the next part, which is relationship, and seeing how to do the Eloquent accessors and imitators, and then we are going to see how you can add more migrations if you want. For example, you need to add migration for your users and something like that. I'm going to show you how easy to do that one, and then I'm going to show you how you can add the authentication to your application. So I would like to say thank you guys. So see you on the next part. Alright, so we are continuing with the part of Eloquent ORM. So right now, concerning with the relationships in our application, our Laravel application, basically I'm going to show you one of the ways to add the relationships, and I'll show you how to retrieve the data with the relationship, which is eager loading. Also, I'm going to show you how to use the accessors and the mutators for your Laravel application. So what I'm going to do now, let me just start by adding the relationship. So to add the relationship right here, what I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new model, which is called the category. So let me just clear this terminal. I'll just say php @ make model. Then I'll just say category, and then the flag of slash meaning -m means I'll create category model with its migration. So you can see the model has been created, and also the migration has been created. So what I'm going to do next, I'm going to this model, which is category right here, and then inside it I'm going to add these two things. The first one is the table name, but also I'm going to add the fillable parameter, I mean the variable for mass assignment, as I've explained before. So also we are going to have the name of the category and its description if we need it. So also you need to have the CRUD operation for the category. So basically we are going to do that one very easy, because basically I wanted it to create that one with its controller. So let me just delete this one again. I just want to show you how to create the model with its controller and the migration, so so that you can understand how powerful Laravel is. So let me just delete this one. Okay, so now we have only the recipe. Okay, yeah, so now we are good. So let's go back to our terminal, clear that one, and then now when you say M, add the C there, which is 24 for controller. Okay, and then okay, and yeah, so I think that one is correct. And if you add the R right here, I think this one will create the resources, but anyway, let's just create the controller. So this will create the model, migration, and controller for the category. So right now we don't need to stress about creating the controller. Right now it is created automatically. We have the category right here. So let's just add this that we had before. Let's go to the migration. Okay, right here, add the name and the description. Okay, what you need to do, run the migration. So PHP @migrate. Okay, so the category table will be added to a database. So if right now we refresh, you can see we have the categories, which is this one. So now we need to have the CRUD operation for the category. So let's just create the functions for CRUD operation. So let's just say we have the index. Let's just import the class. Remember to import that one. Here we'll have the create function. Okay, we need to have the store function, which is this one. Okay, we need to have the show, edit, update, and destroy, basically. Okay, so this is how easily our functions for category CRUD operation will be. So now let's go back to the view. We need to have the index view for categories. So let's go to the resources, views, then add here the directory for the categories. Okay, and then inside it we need to have the index.blade.php. all right, so right here just extend the layout, and then we need to have the section right here. Which is content. And we need to generate the table. All right. And then end is a section. Okay, and then we need to have the show blade.php. okay, and then inside it we need to have the extend here the name of our layout is layouts. Okay, then we need to have the section, which is content, and also we need to create the show functionality right here, and is a section. So this will just show us the yeah, so we'll have the edit and the delete functionality right here. I think that one is basically supposed to be right here. So here I think we don't need this one, so I'll just do it. But you may use it right here and it does not affect anything. So yeah, I'll not remove it, just to keep it that way. So I'll just say here like heading 1, what I wanted to do is just to have the link here to go to my recipe page. Recipes. This one will be button primary. Okay, so that is show, and then we need to have the edit .blade.php. Okay. All right. So this will be for edit. I think for description it's not that much important, but you need to have the validation right here. So let me just say error. And here we can just return as pan. Here we'll have the class for text danger. All right. So here in index, don't forget to have the if session has a success, then show that one, and if session has error, then show the error message, right? So this should be description, right? Okay, I think we still need to have the create.blade.php. Okay. I'm doing this because I want to show you how to add the relationships. So basically we are going to cover that one very quickly. Okay, so for adding, this one is done. Okay, so right now we have these datas, so only the thing that is missing is just the routes. So now here, as we were speaking before, you can see now we can just apply here the group. Let's say route, then group, and then inside here we can just say that way. Okay, and then here we can just have another group. We can just have the group for category. I mean the prefix. Okay, so now you can see all my routes are right here. The only thing we need to do here is just to import the class. So now the class will be imported. So here this should not be okay, so this will be easy because this will start with that one. But what we need to do, we need to go to our layout. If you remember, we need to update the layout because we have added the prefixes. So here it will be recipes slash for the recipes it will be slash like this way. For categories it will be categories. So let's add here the categories. Just a category. All right. So now, if we go back to our application, okay, still we have the recipe there. Wow. Oh yeah. Here I will change it to category. Okay, so let's navigate to categories. Yeah, so this will not work. Let's try to optimize our application in order to refresh the cached URLs. Now you can see it is working. So let's go to add category. So here, let's just say the first category will be like vegetables, vegetable description. So just use this one, and then I'll just add this way. And then now you can see category created successfully. Now you can see you can add more categories here. And basically you can just go to edit. Now you can see that here we don't have the description, so let's just add that one very quickly right here. Okay, so let me just put it right here. Okay, so we have the description, we have the name. So now you can just update them. Let's say you update that way and then update. Now you can see the data is being updated. So on delete, the same way, we'll just close that one. On the delete, we need also to have the confirmation right here. On a click event, we can just say confirm. Are you sure? So refresh. Are you sure? Then data is being deleted. So now when you go back here to recipe, I want to show the category of that recipe. Okay, so to do that, that's where the here the relationships comes to play. So let's just add that in our model. So what you need to do, let's go to our model right here, and then here you need to add the relationship that the recipes has many the category has many recipes. Okay, and basically that's all. And then we need to go to recipe and then add the relationship with the model, with the category. So here you can see what it means here. One category belongs to, one recipe belongs to one category. Okay, but one category may have more than one recipe. So that is all about the relationship. So you can just try to manipulate with this one. So if you see belongs to, meaning that the category, the recipe belongs to one category, but when you come to category, if you see has many, meaning that the category has many recipes. So that is one to many, but this one is one to one. Okay, so yeah, that is how easily you can just create the recipes. So this will help us to do this eager loading. So I'm just going to show you how to perform the eager loading. So let's go to the recipe controller, and when you are retrieving all the recipes right here, so eager loading will be like this way. So instead of getting all the recipes like this way, you need just to add the function called with. Then inside it you can see it is accepting the parameter for the relationships. So the relations, this will reference the relationships that are found inside here. So that's why you can see the category is shown there. So here you can see we have the category, which is our relationship, which is this one. So meaning that it will go and retrieve all the categories that are belonging to this recipe. Okay, so here we use get instead of all, because if you use all here, it will gives you an error. So use get because the get actually execute the query as a selected statement, but all is going to just to retrieve all the data from the table. So this is the difference, and this is how you perform the eager loading. So remember, firstly I used the this way, the recipes, then all. Okay, but now when we are implementing the eager loading, you can just use the relationships. So right now we can just access this data from relationships. So let's go to the index right here, and here we need to add the category. So let's say category, and here how to show the category, you need to specify the relationship. Then from relationship you can just access the name of that data from that table. So here the name is coming from the category, which is this table. So we are just accessing this one from this relationship. So now if you go back here and refresh, Okay, let's see. I think we might have an error right here. Let's see. Okay, so now you can see we are getting this error, and basically we are getting this error because you cannot access this data, because when we are adding our receipts, we are not adding any category. And basically, if you remember, our table for receipts does not have the category field at all. So you need to go to that receipt and add the category field right here. So we need to add the category ID, which will be a foreign key from the category. So let's go to the migration. Okay, so right here, we need to add the foreign ID, which will be the foreign key category ID, and then it will be constrained to on delete then cascade, right? So what I want to do right now, because I know this will give me an error when I'll try to do migration. So if I just say php @ migrate then fresh, because when you use fresh, it was supposed to recreate all tables and it dropped all the tables that were existing. So if you do it this way, it will give me error because I created the parent table before creating the child table. So right now the receipt is just a child table and the category is a parent table. So right now I know it will give me an error. Do you see? It says the foreign key constraint is incorrectly formed. So what we need to do basically is to create a receipt after creating the category. So the best and the fastest way to do it, I think I can just delete the receipt and let me just copy this code and just store them in my notepad here, so that when I delete, I can just access them easily. And also I need the model for the receipt. Then add them right here. So then I can just delete this one, and then come here and then delete this one. Alright, so then we can just create that model again. Remove the controller, just left to the receipt. Okay, now it is there. What we need to do, let me just copy this model code. Let me go to the model and paste it. There we go. And then for the migration, there we go. All right, so we have all of them right there. Now what we need to do, we need to run migrate refresh again. Now you can see it has not given us any error. So let me clear the terminal there, and then if I go back to my application and try to refresh, now you can see the category is there, but we don't have any data because when you run migrate refresh, it automatically delete and it drop all the tables in your application. So right now let's just add a new receipt, but here we need to have the drop down for selecting the the receipts. So let's just go to the create form. Right. So here we need to have the category. So this will be our category drop down basically, but we need to define the let's say to have the categories in here. So let's say categories, then get all categories from here, and then send that categories to that form, this one. So here in our drop down, you can see we accept it and run each row as we were doing at the beginning of our tutorial. So here we are going just to show the that category. So right now, if you refresh again here, you will see you have the category, and then you can select those categories. And now remember, we don't have any category up to now, so let's go here and add a category. So let's just say like this way, add. Now we have the category, add another category, let's say add. Now we have two categories, so let's go to receipts and then add the receipt. Now in the category, you can see we have the categories. So select there, add receipt. Receipt creation failed. Yeah, I remember this failed because in our receipt controller on the store function, we don't even validated the category ID. So let's just do some validation for the category ID, which is required. And also here we need to accept that category ID. So now if we go back and try to add that data, so let's say create, let's go back, add, okay, create. Okay, so this is not working. Why? Okay, here we've added the category ID. So I'm wondering why this does not work for us. Let's go to the database and see categories are right there. Let's see the receipts. So we have the category ID right there. Yeah, so the key is right there. Let's see why this is not working. Okay, so before checking, let's try to, okay, you can see this one does not even give us errors. So let's see from here. We've added the category ID. The category ID is right there. Let's go to the form. Wow. Now you can see. So this should be category ID. I think this one was the issue right there. Now let's try again. Okay, so now it is giving us error. So now select. Wow, so you can see now the category is shown, and now you can just go to view, but here we have not shown the category, so let's go to the view. Here so right here I can just add I just want to use the bootstrap batch. Okay, I just want to use the badge right here, so let's say span. Then I just want to give it success. Then refresh. Now you can see the category will have the background like that one. I just want to do the same way in the index right here. Okay, going back, now you can see the category is shown there. So that's how you add the relationship on your Laravel Eloquent ORM. So that is a basic way for you to add the relationships in your database. The migrations, as I've said, I will show you later on how to add the migrations, how to add columns, how to add the seeding and database with the initial data or dummy data, and then basically we can just also see how to use the factories. So yeah, let's start by checking how to create the database factories and seeders. So let's start with that one. Okay, so creating the factory for our model, which is basically we can just say we need to have the ones for recipe and the one for the model, I mean for the category. So let's just create the factory. PHP artisan make factory. Then you can just pass the name of your factory. Let's say recipe factory. Then here you can just say model. Then you can just say recipe. That one will create them recipe. Then the category model. Then category factory. Now let's go to the database factories. Okay, you can see recipe category factory is right here, so you can just create this one. Okay, so now you can see Here we are using the faker to create the sentence for the naming, the paragraph for description, okay, but also we need to have the one for instruction, okay. Also we need to have the ingredients, all right, and we need to have the category, okay. So now we have this recipe factory that will be creating the fake data for recipe. Then let's go here for category, so let's create that one. We need to have the one for description. Yep, so that is how simply you can just create that one. Now let's go and create the seeders. Okay, now to create the seeders, let's clear the terminal first so that you can see what I'm writing. PHP @ make seeder, recipe seeders, recipe seeder. Also we need to have the one category seeder. Okay, clear the terminal, right? So now we need to have that seeders. So let's go to database seeders. So let's start with this one. So it will be that one, right? Then let's go to the category. Okay. So here what I'm doing actually, I'm calling the factory for recipe, and then that factory will go and create 10 records for that recipe, and then in the same way for the category. But here you can see this will not be called if in your models you have not added the has factory. So here we can just say use as a factory. Okay, so add that one to here, import that one. Okay, so now if we go to the terminal and run this command, for example, I can just say PHP @ migrate fresh to drop all tables, meaning that right now we will have no any data, like here empty, here empty. So we want to create the dummy data so that user cannot start to create their own data, so they can have the data for testing. So you need to say PHP @ db, then seed. Okay, I forgot one thing, because right now it will just create for users, because already that one exists in database seeder. So you need to register them here in order for it to run. So let's just come here and register them right here. For users, we'll use them later on, but right now I've just registered these two, the category seeder and the recipe seeder. If you go to recipe, it will go to create the recipe data, dummy data, and then for category it will go to create those dummy categories data. So right now if we do again this command, it will create the data for recipe and for the category. So right now, if you go back to the application and refresh, now you can see we have these datas. Okay, right now you can see we have categories. On recipe, you also have the recipes. Okay, so this is how easy you can just create this dummy data, and then you can just continue to add your own data if you want. Let's say you want to add some data like this one. So this you can see it is created successful, which is this one. And as data continue to grow, you can find yourself required to start to use the pagination and something like that. So basically, I want to show you how to add the pagination for your application. So let me just go to the controller. So let's go to the recipe controller right here. When you are fetching your data, so instead of saying get, we can just say paginate, and then we can just paginate for 5 details or 5 datas each. And then on your page right here, below the table, I can just say, for example, I want to show the links, recipe links. So now if you go back here and you refresh, you can see you have 5. It's showing 1 to 5 of 11 data. So now it will just show only 5. But now down here you can see you have these issues right now. So what you are supposed to do, basically, in order for this to work out, you need to add this bootstrap to your paginator. So let's go to add that one. Okay, so to add bootstrap as a paginator styling, you need to go to your app service provider. So let's go to app providers, then app service provider. Then here you need to specify bootstrap. You can just say bootstrap paginator, then use the bootstrap. Okay, so then what we need to do next, let's see if that fixed our issue here. Paginator, call to undefined. Okay. Right, so let's import this one, and make sure you are importing this one. Eliminate pagination, then paginator. Yeah, so now let's try to optimize our project. Okay, now let's refresh. Now you can see this has fixed the issue of pagination. So right now you can see we are on the first page and we have only 5 datas. So let's go to the next page. You can see now we are on the second page, and you can see here. Okay, let's go to the third page. You can see it has only 1 data. So that is how easy and simply you can just add pagination into a Laravel application. So I didn't mention that thing here, but basically because it's one among the functionality, I just showed you how to do it. We have seen how to use the factories and how to generate the fake data. We use the seeding and all of that stuff. So the next part is going to be the authentication and authorization. So let's go and dive on how to use the starter kits. So basically I'm going to use the Laravel Breeze to show you how to add the authentication to a Laravel application. So we are going to see how to add that authentication to this simple application that we've used, which is the recipe application. So this is recipe sharing application. So yeah, let's go and add the authentication so that users can log in and log out, do email verification and some stuff like that one. So then we can see how to do that. But for this task number 9 for form handling and validation, already we have seen how to perform some validations. If you remember, in our controllers we've tried to do some validations when we are submitting our data. So this is simply how to do the validations, but there is more options for validation. Just to go to the Laravel documentation here, and you will find more and more details about validation. If you see, yeah, here you have validation, defining routes, creating controllers. See, here is how we have done. You can see, you can just say like, I want my recipe to be unique. So what you can do, for example, right here, if you want the name of the recipe to be unique, you can just add here the slash, then you can just say unique recipes, and then you can even limit the number of text, let's say maximum of that one. So this is just one way of doing validation. So yeah, you can just do more and more validation. You can just define those validation rules and perform so much on validation. So that was just the introduction for validation. Also, we've seen how to use the CSRF protection. If you have seen while we were trying to create data here in our forms, if you see, in each form I was using this directive called which is that with then CSRF, which is stands for cross-site request forgery. So this is used to encrypt all your form details. For example, right now, if you see this data right here, for example, let me just show you how this CSRF work. If we go to recipe create right now and have some data, now you see this is data that we have. But when I go to inspect, okay, and then let me just click this one. Okay, here you can see we have the input which is hidden. The name is token, and you can see the value. We have the token right here. So that help us when we are sending the request to the database or to the backend, which is our controller, to have this value which is a token, and this token will be used to let's say to what we call to validate our data and to serialize them, like cleaning our data so that we can be able to get the data that are safe in our system. So that is all about the CSRF token. So this is used to protect the requests that we are doing. Yeah, and here we've seen how to handle the form request. If you have seen, we are sending this request to our backend, and here you can see this is how the request is being handled. So you need to pass this parameter in order for you to access all the data that is coming from the form. So they are being stored in this object called the request. So that's why here you can be able to validate that data, and also you can be able to use that data to access the details from the form. So this is how basically you are handling your forms in Laravel. Also, we have seen how to validate errors in blade views. I have not dealt with the file upload because I know we have this task right here, so we are going to see later on how to do it. So yeah, so for now I think this one is done. Also we need just to do the authentication thing, so let's just start with integrating our starter kit in our Laravel application. So to do that, let's go to the documentation right here. Let's go here, then let's go to the packages. Let's go to Breeze. So you can see these are the starter kits right here, and then on starter kit you have a lot of starter kit. Like you can have Breeze and also Jetstream, but in Breeze you can install Breeze with the Blade, Breeze with Middleware, with the React or Vue, and with the Next.js or API. So for the moment I will just create a Breeze with the Blade, simply because I'm just using Blade. So what I will do, I'll just start with this one. So I want to install this one. So let me just come here and clear my terminal, then paste that command right here, then enter. So this one will download the Breeze details from GitHub. So you can see it is generating optimized the autoload files. So let's wait for that one. Alright, so you can see already Breeze is already copied from the GitHub. So now we need to run this command in order to install Breeze. So here we need to choose Blade because we are using just a simple Blade. I just say no. Unit, PHP unit. So yeah, let's wait for it to install Laravel Breeze. Alright, so you can see it is already installing and building node dependencies. So right now you can see this directory has been added to your application, which is called the node modules. So yeah, that's how Breeze works. So now let me just clear my terminal again. We need to run npm run dev. Simply we need to build the assets, which are JavaScript and the any styling, which is CSS, can be Tailwind CSS or Bootstrap or anything. So right now our application will be running like here. You can see this will be running without any issue. But if you go back to home, let's go back here. Okay, so the welcome page is still as it was. Okay, but you can see Breeze has added its own layout like this way. You can see this one, also this one. Okay, so it has added the components. If you have never used the Laravel Breeze, you can see these are the components that you can use on your application. Here you can see there is pages for authentication, the confirmation password, forgot password, login, register, reset, verify. Okay, also you can see the profile. Here you can see the partials like delete user, update user, and so on. So all of that pages we are going to see them, but I want to delete these pages that I'm not using actually. Also this test directory, let's delete that one. Yeah, so now our application is up and running, and it has already containing our Laravel Breeze. So right now, if you navigate to login, it says does not exist. So let me just check it from routes. Okay, so now that one is there. It was there. So what we need to do is just to optimize our project. So PHP @ optimize. All right. So now let's go to login. Now you can see we have the option to login. Also, you can just go to register. Now you can see we can try to register our users right here. Boom. So you can see you are logged in, and you can see you can go to profile. Right? So you can log out and do anything. You can go back to the dashboard. So by adding this the Laravel Breeze in our application, basically Laravel Breeze is using Tailwind CSS, and from that perspective, meaning that our forms need to use Bootstrap, because right now what we are going to do, we are going to make all the routes that we have that are found in our web.php. Let me just show you all the routes that we had before. Okay, so Laravel Breeze has cleared out all our routes that we had before. So what are we going to do here? Wow. Okay. Actually, I forgot to keep them. So what we can do, because right now I'm pretty sure we can, if we visit it, if we visit, let's say, resites, it will not work because that route is already removed. So let's see, controllers. Yeah, so our controllers and everything is there. So what has been removed is only our routes. So let's just try to see if we can create them. If I can generate them very quickly. So let me just regenerate. Okay, so here we have the recipes, we have the categories too. Okay, so right now I've just added the middleware here, meaning that in order for you to access this page, you must have logged in. Yeah, so I think this one will work for us. So let's just try to optimize the project. Okay, and now let's try to access the recipe. You can see it is redirecting us to the login. So let's try to log in with our user. Now you can see we are able to access this page. Okay, so I want this layout to be the layout that we had from. Instead of using this layout right now, we need to use the layout from Breeze. So here, what I'm going to do, I just say X app layout. and here I'm going to pause that layout. So let me do that for all these pages. Let's go for the categories. So make sure you update all of your codes, all of your views. Use the layout from Laravel Breeze. Okay, so now if you go back here and you try to refresh, okay, you can see the layout is there, but we don't have the style that we had before. So what we're gonna do here is to add a bootstrap to this layout. So that layout, let me just close these pages because I don't need them. Okay. So the Laravel Breeze layout is found on the layouts here. So here we need to add the bootstrap. So let's add this bootstrap. Let's add it here. And also the JavaScript one. Okay, so now you can see we have these styles that we had before. Okay, so yeah, so that is how it looks like now. It is not that much good looking, but I feel like at least you have the feeling that you have the authentication, and basically you have this dashboard here. Okay, so we need to add here the path for recipes and the categories. Also this title we can just try to manipulate it so that it can look a little bit nice. So for example, for the title right here we can just say class, let's say then imagine let's say 5, let's say font medium, but that is basically the Tailwind code, this one. So yeah, you may see sometimes I'm using both of them, Tailwind and some Bootstrap. So for the one that we have used the Bootstrap, I'll not change anything. Yeah, so only that one. So now we have the authentication, as you can see. Let me just go to the dashboard. I think here we can use this slot instead of using that one that I'm using. So we can just use that slot right here, and then okay, so then we can just put some margin right here. So margin top of let's say 5. I think it's enough. Yeah. And margin bottom of 5. Yeah. So this needs to be on every page right now. So let's go to create, for example. Here we can just say create recipe. Here you can just say edit recipe and then remove this one. Here you can just use margin Y of 5. Yeah, that's fine. Then margin 5. Okay, so that is how it looks right now. Okay, so you can just continue to manipulate with this styling and everything, but I just want to make sure that it looks a little bit nice. So let's add here the links for recipe and category. So let's go to the navigation. So just search here for navigation, which is this one. So here you can see we have the dashboard. Here you can just add another link, 4 links actually. So this will be recipe, and then this one will be categories, and here it should be, let me just see from the web.php how do I define it. So this will be recipe index, and then the other will be category index. Now if you go back here, you can see now we are on recipe. Let's go to categories. Yep, so you can see, and on categories we didn't even apply the pagination, so you can just add it and also you can just add the styling as we did here, so that it can look a little bit nice like this one. Yep. So the next thing about our application, here you see we have the ability to register, login, logout functionality with the starter kit. We've added the middleware to protect our routes. As you can see right now, all of our routes right here have this middleware called the Auth, which is coming with Laravel Breeze. But you can define more rows, so which is the last thing that I want to show you, so that you can have more than one middlewares right here. So for example, we might have a page that is used to show just only the recipes, okay, so that other users can see that recipe, and we assume that this can be only done by the admin. So we assume that this is admin side or the admin dashboard, meaning that only admin can see these datas. So for example, this admin dashboard, I can try to update it to look a little bit nice. So for example, because this is using Tailwind CSS, so let me just go to one of my favorite Tailwind CSS library that I'm using most of the time. So let me just go to examples. Let me just go to stats. Okay. For example, if I use this one, let's go to dashboard. And then if you refresh, you can see. So here we can just show the number of recipe, let's say total users, number of recipe, number of categories, and here let's say yeah, you can put anything right here. So for now, I'll just add those here. So to do so, this dashboard right now is rendered as a view. If you can see here, it is just returned as a view. So what I can do, I can just get here like users. I can get here recipes, categories, so here instead of returning this, I just want to get the account. Alright, so then we can pass them here. And then in our dashboard right here, we can just show the total number of users. We can just show them here. Users. Just optimize. I know it's because of catching our routes. Okay, so then on session we can just show not session, we can just show the recipes. And here we can just show the categories. Okay, here we can just change, this is categories. And this total users. Okay, you can just change these icons and everything. So for me, I just leave it that way. Yeah, so let's assume this is an admin dashboard. So we need others to see these recipes. So we need to create a page that shows just these recipes. So, but they will not have this functionality for edit or delete. They will just be able to view those recipes. So what we need to do, we can just reuse this table, but we'll just hide according to the rows. So to do so, we need to create the middleware. So let's create the terminal. Let's go PHP @sun make middleware admin middleware and user middleware. All right, so since we are going to add these middlewares, so that we need to have the roles in users table. So let me just show you. Here you can see the middleware directory has been created. So let's go to this first middleware, and let's say if authenticated user role is not equal to admin, no, here I just want to say if equals to admin, then redirect it to the next request, but else redirect it to login. Same way for user middleware, equals to user, then allow them to go there, but otherwise redirect them to login. So now we need to add this column to our users table. So to do so is where the this one comes through. So we can see how to add the columns to our already defined database. So let me just clear this one and then run this command to create the new column. So PHP @sun make migration, then add role column users table. Alright, so that middleware will be created, I mean that migration. So let's go there and open that one so you can see. Yeah, so by default the role will be users. Okay, and if it has an admin, we can just update that one to be an admin. All right, so so now what we are going to do next, here in our routes, what we are going to do, so here we are going to apply our middlewares to all of these routes. So but you need to register your middlewares to the bootstrap app.php right here. So let's just add let's say middleware So here let's call the user middleware, also admin, right? So after registering them there, then you can be able to apply them here. So here I'll just apply them one by one. So for example, for the index, meaning that both admin and the user can be able to access this one. So here we need to apply the admin, and user. The show also, they can see both of them. So install only the admin, in edit only the admin, the same way to here. Also this one for index and for show, right? So right now we need to run the migration in order for the role column need to be added to our users. So php @ migrate, it will create the add role column. Okay, so right now if you go to users, you can see they have user role. So if they have user role, now if I try to refresh right here, this user will be able to see this. But if he tried to go here, reset create, because we didn't optimize our project in order to refresh the cache, routes. So right now I'm pretty sure this user will be redirected to login, because this user is just yeah, so you can see he has been redirected back to dashboard. So yeah, that means the middlewares are working. Let me just code this one. Let's go to our middleware. Then what we said, yeah, it tried to redirect them to login, but because they have already logged in, so that's why they've been redirected back to the dashboard. So yeah, that is how actually the middleware works. So right now this user can see the receipts. The dashboard. Here, let's apply the user and admin. Alright, so I've detected why it is giving me error is because here you can see I've just used this thing without using the arrays, so that's why it is giving me error. So let me just use arrays like that way. Okay, so that will update all of them. So you can see array of middlewares. So right now if we try to optimize, okay, and try to refresh again. Okay, alright, so continuing the role-based authorization, we added this array of middlewares right here, but basically this is will give us some headache, so I just want to remove them. Okay, and then I just want to remove all of these middlewares from my routes, and then I just want to apply them in a group right here. So right here I'll apply the admin middleware, also the same here. So meaning that when the user is logged in and its role or his or her role is admin, can be able to access these routes. Okay, so let's just try to optimize. All right, so right now if we try to list our path PHP artisan route list, just show you. Now you can see we have these routes, as you can see.
Yeah. So now then what we need to do next, for normal users. So right now, if we go to our application, let's try to refresh. Oh, this is saying recipe index is not found. Maybe I have messed up with something right here. Oh, I've just removed the recipe index path. Okay, so that's it. Let's try to optimize. Okay, now let's refresh. Okay, so now it's there. Oh, I messed up with some of the routes right here. Yeah, I messed up with the recipe show. Okay, optimize. Okay, so now we have our system up and running, as you can see. Yeah. So what I want to do next, let's go and make the user who was logged in as a normal user, because right now the user that is logged in right now here is admin, and the role in database, if we go to the database and try to refresh, you can see the role of this user is the admin. So when I try to log in with this user right now, I cannot be able to access those pages. So let me just show you. Okay, so I think if I log in with testy@example.com, testy@example.com, testy@example.com. Oh, the password is password. Okay, so user has been able to access this page, but when I try to go to this page, whoa, seems like our middleware is not working. Let's check it from here. Let's just say Auth. Now let's optimize, and then so this is test user. Okay, so now you can see the user is able to access this page. Let's just check how we applied our middleware right here. Okay, so now I think here it is just checking the auth. Let's just put it this way. Then you auth, and then you try to refresh. Okay, right now, let's see. Yes, so now this user cannot be able to access these routes, okay, which is fine. So if I log out and log in as an admin, okay, so let me just open it in a incognito window. So let me just open it right here. Oh yeah, so this is causing error because if you remember, we had this page which was requiring this value to be there, but let's just go directly to login. Okay, and then log in as an admin. Right now, then admin can be able to access this one. So now you can see the difference between the role right here. User cannot access those pages, but admin can be able to access it. So that is how you apply the role-based access control. But you can do more. Let's say you can add the two dashboards. Let's say the dashboard for user. So when the user is logged in, will be redirected to another dashboard, and when the admin login, can be redirected to another dashboard. So for example, for that, I can just show you very quickly right here. Let me just add another route. Let's say I can just copy this one and call it user dashboard. All right, and then I'll just use the same dashboard file, but what I'll add here, I'll just add a certain way to check if the logged in user is admin or user. So here you can see, I can just say, for example, I can just say if authenticated user role is admin, then I can just say this is admin dashboard. Then on else, I can just say dashboard. All right, so for user to be able to access this route, you can see here, I'll just apply middleware of user so that only user can be able to access this user dashboard. And also for this dashboard for admin, I can just add here the admin middleware so that only admin can be able to access this dashboard. So also the name in here, I'll just add user, then dashboard. Okay, so now basically the naming here can remain the same because I just want the user to be able to be redirected to this page. So now if I optimize, oh yeah, this will give us error. So let me just keep it that way, and here let's just change this one to call it to be user, then dashboard. So let's go back here and create a new directory called the user. Then I'll just copy this and paste it inside the user directory. I'll just paste it there, and then now it will be found from here, and then here I can just call it user dashboard. Okay, So from there, what will happen, I just wanted to redirect the logged in user if it is if it's a normal user. So no need to put this here. I can just right here. Let me just remove it, because right now we'll have just one dashboard for each user. So this will be admin dashboard. Then for the user, this one will be just it will be just a dashboard, right? So then since we have two different paths, so I want to change the way of redirection when the user has been logged in successfully. So let me go to login. You can see this is sending this request to login. So let's go to controllers right here, to the authentication controller. Okay. So you can see here is when the user will be logged in successful, will be redirected to this path. So here I just want to check one of the thing, which is if the authenticated user role is admin, then if the role is admin, I just want to change this one. Let me just show you this, how we do it. If the role is admin, let me just use the if condition right here. So let me just say if let me script that one so you can see what I'm writing here. And then on else, I will direct it to user dashboard. Okay, so now let me just try to optimize my project. Okay, then now you can see this is admin dashboard. So let me just log out. And I want to log in as a normal user so that you can see how it will redirect me. So let me just use test at example, then password. Right, so it has redirected me to the wrong path. Let me just check it here. Let me just try to log in from here. Let's say test chat example. So the role here is the user. Okay. and it is supposed to redirect my user to this path. Alright, so now you can see it has redirected our user successfully. You can see this is user dashboard, okay, but this user cannot be able to access this one. As you can see, cannot be able to access this one. Alright, so let me just okay, so if the user can be able to access their own dashboard, what you can do in this dashboard for our normal user, you can just show the list of recipes, and for that I'll just try to find a simple way to show the recipes. Let me just find the cards right here. So this is using Tailwind. As I said, this is Tailwind CSS. So if you are not familiar about Tailwind CSS, you can just find a time to check it. Yeah. So I was finding this card section. So let me just use this one. So I'll just copy that one and go to this view. So instead of showing just this one, I want to I just want to change that one. So inside this card section, I'll paste my code there, and then now you can see we have something like this. So then right here we can just show, if you have the image for your recipe, here we'll show the category, here the name, description, and then when someone click here can be able to view those recipes. So then also here on this page, what we can do, we can just remove this one if the logged in user is the user. So let me just hide them. So let's go to the navigation.blog.php. So right here we can just check if the logged in user is an admin. So this should be if role equals to admin, just show that one. Also show this tool. Alright, so now if we go back here, I expect this to be removed. So as you can see, that's how it happens. So now I just want to show this one, but later on you can do it on yourself, that also these users can be able to create their recipe and do everything like admin is doing right now. But for the sake of reducing the time of tutorial, I'll just leave it that way. So yeah, I just want to show the recipes right here. So let me just remove that one, and then here, in order for me to be able to show the recipes, what I'll do, I I just want to remain with one of the CRUD. So let me just remove the rest of the CRUDs. So right now I expect to have only one CRUD here. And then what I'll do in this dashboard, you can see here we were getting this data. So for the normal user, I just want to get the receipts, so I'll just say all. Alright, and then I'll just remove this one too. So let's remain with only the receipts. And then here we need to get the relationship, so we need to use the eager loading. So I'll just do that way. Here we don't need to use the where condition because these are just all the receipts that we have. So now if we go to this page, we have remained with the only one CRUD. So what we will do here, I'll just have the, for let's say I'll just have the if condition, which is if else, and then what I'll do, I'll just check for receipts. Let me just say if count for receipts is greater than 0, then inside here we can have if each row of receipts, then receipt. Then what I'll do, I'll just cut this CRUD and I'll put it inside here. And then in else, what I'll do, I'll just show a message right here. Then I can say no receipt found. Okay. So now if we go back here and try to refresh, okay, so count is all right. So let's see. No, this is for the user. So seems like this site is not being able to be accessible. Or let me just see. Alright, so because we didn't optimize our project so that this can be accessible to this page, so this is done. So now if we go back here, now you can see we have these receipts, but I want them to be alright, so this is how our receipts looks like. So now let's just show the real data here. As I've said before, this will be the category, the title for or the name of your receipt, then here the description with the instruction of that. Basically here I can just show 2 lines of description. Then when user will click view, here will say view receipt, then here will say, let's say, like the receipt. So here we'll add the option for users to like. So let me just go here and show the real data. So here, as you can see, we have this for each row. So let me just move it back a little bit. There, and then from here we are supposed to show the image. So since because I've not
give you the concept of image uploading or file uploading, I will just leave it this way, but later on you will change this to be an image. So for right now, I'll just change this one to category. So I just say recipe, then category, then category name. Then here we need to have the recipe title, recipe name. Here we need to have the recipe description, and here we will just say view recipe, and here I'll just add this like recipe. Okay, so here I'll just add the way to see if this user already liked this recipe or not, and we will show the number of likes for that specific recipe. So right now I'm pretty sure if we come back here, okay, so let's just log in again as test at example password. Okay, so now you can see this is how it looks like now, but you can see some of them have a long description, even some of the categories are too long. So I may want to make this to be consistent. So what I'll do, I will just start with the name here. What I'll do, I'll just add here this function called the string then I can just say string, let's say I just want to show words 3 of the words. No, I think this for the title, let's just keep it 5. Copy that and apply the same for description, and here we will have the string, but here I just want to keep 10. Right now if we go back here, you can see now it have this concatenation, or I mean the collapsing. So now it will look a little bit nice. So yeah, that's it. So now let's show here the number of likes for this recipe, and also to make the user be able to like this recipe. So to do that, let me just go back here. So here, in order for this recipe to have the likes, we need to create the new model. So just say HP @sun make model, then let's say like, then with migration, all right. So here they created now. So let's go back here. Let's go to the model. Okay, so here we created this fillable variable. So we'll have the user ID and the recipe ID to know that which user has liked the which recipe. Then we defined these relationships. As you can see, this will be a one-to-one relationship between user and like, also recipe and like. So one user can like one recipe, so this is one-to-one relationship. Okay, so now after doing that, let's go to our migration. So let's go to our migration file, which is this one. Then here we need to have the user ID, and also we need to have the recipe ID. Okay, yes, so remember to add this one, because this will allow when you are this data will be deleted, meaning that all data that will be related to this ID will be deleted from the database. This helps you to have the integrity of your data and the consistency in your data. So after adding these two columns, let's go back here, and we need to migrate that table. So php @migrate. You can see it has created the likes. Then here we need to show the number of likes. So to get the number of likes, what we can do, we can just add here the number of likes. So we can just say likes will be equal to up, then likes, and basically we don't need even to use this one, because what we can do, we can just add here in the recipe, we can go and add the likes here, the relationship to fetch the likes. So we can just say public key function likes. So you can see now we'll have the likes right here. So now when you are retrieving the recipe right here, you can just pass here the likes. Okay, after passing the likes there, meaning that this will be available from this variable. So when we go back to here, what we can do, we can just show here, we can just say recipe likes, then we can have the count. So now, all right, so what we can do, okay, so now you can see these recipes have 0 likes, as you can see. So now what we're gonna do next is to make this one, when a user click this one, it should go and add these likes to the table. So what we need to do here, what we can do here is to this is an hyperlink. So let's just scroll here, and here we can just add this route, which we are going to create it in a minute. So let's go here, and say route get then you like, okay. So now we need to create this like controller. So let me just create that one, php @sun
Okay, PHP Hands-on make controller. Then we are going to call it like controller. So now we have that like controller. So let's go and create this function. Okay, so import the recipe class, and also here you need to pass the ID. Okay, then here you can see what I'm doing. I'm going to get the recipe from the ID that will be passed right here in our route. When the user will click this link here, we get the ID of this recipe right here. And then what we are doing, after getting that specific recipe, we will create the object which will be stored right here. And then from that object, we go and update the likes of it, so that we are going to create that likes, okay, by adding that user ID. And then the recipe ID will be automatically added by this one. So now this one will work fine for us, and then we can redirect back to the page. Okay, so meaning that the user will be redirected back here. So what we're gonna do is to optimize our project, PHP Hands-on optimize, so that the route can be accessible. All right, so now let's go back here. After refresh, let's say we want to like this one. Now you can see there is one like, but if I try to like it again, you will see it will add the second like. But what I want to do now is to prevent the user to like the same like twice, so the same recipe twice. So what we need to do, right here, basically the user ID should be unique. So let's go back here to our database. So let's go to the likes. You can see the same user ID and the same recipe ID. So what we need to do, the user can basically like a single recipe at once. So we need to check if the user already liked the same recipe. We need to prevent that user from liking the same recipe. So here what we can do, we can just check likes where user ID, let me just say first. So here I'm getting the like of that specific recipe. So let me just try to dump that one, and then let's see what I'm getting. So click that one. Now let's see, you can see we have the user ID and the recipe. So if we get that data, then we can say if we don't need to delete this one. So if we can say if recipe, we can just return back, else we can just perform the like functionality. So this will be like this way. Okay,
So now if we go back here and refresh, now you can see, let's try to like it again. Now you can see it will remain with the 2 likes, meaning that the user already liked this recipe, so he cannot like it again. For example, if I like this one, now you can see it has 1 like. If I try again, you can see remain with 1 like. But if you want to make it perform as other system work, when you try to like it again, it will just remove that like. So this is like here, you can just delete that like. So this is how you do it. So when the user will like here, it will just remove that like. So for example, like, now you can see 0 like it again, you can see it has increased its number. So this is how actually it works. So now I want to, when the user will click here, to go to the page that they will be able to see the recipe details. So what we need to do is actually, let's go back here. So we need to redirect our user to that path. Let me check if that path is not there. Oh yeah, but this is okay. Yeah, so now when the user will be clicking this view recipe, basically they will not be able to access because this is belong to admin. So what we can do, we can just copy this link here and add it down here. And we can just say let's say user recipe show, and then let's try to optimize our project. Alright, and then let's try go back here, refresh. Recipe, this is not found, so let's go back. Recipe. Oh, this should have an S right here. Yep, so now you can see the user is able to see that specific recipe. So let's go back here. All right. Yeah, so that's it concerning with the role-based access. And also we've seen that when the admin will log in, will be directed to another dashboard. So this is for the user. Now if admin will log in, so let's log in as an admin and log in. Oh, what happened with that route? Admin.dashboard. Oh, I've messed with that one. So let's go to navigation. This should be dashboard, only dashboard. So yeah, now you can see the page will look like this way. So now before going to the next part, because the form handling already we've seen that one, the middleware we've seen that one. So before going to task scheduling, what I wanted to show you is how to create your GitHub repository so that you can manage your Laravel application with GitHub, so that you can have the source control of your application. So there is, if you have successfully installed the Git in your application and you have configured it successfully, when you come to your VS Code, you will have this option called the source control. So when you be here, you will see the folder currently open doesn't have a Git repository, but you can initialize it by clicking this button. So you can use this button, which is graphical for users, but you can also use the command. So what I'll emphasize to you, if you don't have you don't want to know the command, you can just click here, initialize. You can see it will initialize the repository by itself automatically. Okay, so what you need to do here, you just need to commit these changes. But by using command, what you were supposed to do in order to reach that point, you were supposed to run this command. So you just write git init, then this will initialize, and you'll find yourself having these changes right here. Okay, so Git will track all the changed files. Like you can see, all these files have been created, so they were not tracked by GitHub. So by running that command, you will be able to see these changes. But if you want to see these changes through command line, you just need to run git, then status. Now you can see it will say on a branch main. So right now you'll be on a main branch because we have initialized this GitHub repository. And then you can see no any commit yet because we didn't commit any data, so that we do not track any file. So now you can see untracked files, all of these files. So you can see all of these files have been added, but they are not tracked. So this app directory, bootstrap, and all of these files are not being tracked. So to add these files to be tracked, what you need to do is to run this command git add, then you can specify the specific file that you want to track. But for simplest way, you can just come here and click this icon, which is plus sign, and you can see it says stage all changes. But to use command, you can just run git add, then dot, meaning that you will add all of these untracked files in your application. So enter. Now you can see this has changed to staged changes, and you can see now the sign here is minus, meaning that when you click here, you reverse the changes. But when you click this one, it's the similar as running this command. Okay, I am sure you understand that one. So let me just clear the terminal again. Now we have staged the changes. So here is a way that you can see the changes that you have. If you have anything to change, you can just do that changes. So here it will show that first it was blank, but right now it have these files. So everything that you see in green, you can see here on the side on your numbers, it is showing plus, meaning that this is a change that is being added. But here the minus, meaning that it was blank, so right now it is not blank, we have added these codes. So that is how easy you can understand the GitHub, but this is out of context, so I'm just giving you the simplest way to do it. So right now, in order for you to be able to commit these changes, you need to give the message. So it is similar as when you want to commit it through command, you just write git commit, then you add the message here, like saying my first git commit. Okay, so instead of using this command, you can just write that command right here. So we can just say my first git commit. Okay, So this will commit these changes and it will track them as files that are already stayed as a copy of your current application. So right now, if I write git status right here, you can see all my files now are being tracked, okay? But still we don't have any commit. Do you see? So now let's try to commit this one. Now you will be given the ability to publish this branch to the GitHub. So now it has been created on your application. So if you go here, let me just show you how GitHub create the copy of your application. So if you go to the project directory, which is this one, right now here you cannot see the copy of your application. But if you go here to the view and here show the hidden items, so when you show the hidden items, you will see this directory called the .git. When you will open it, you can see it has more files here. So inside here there is a file that is storing the copy of your application. So that is how Git work. It will just create a copy of your application in your local machine. But if your computer, let's say, corrupt, also the copy of your project will be lost. So that is why you need to have a GitHub account. So for example, if you check mine here, I've already created the GitHub account, which is this one. So if you go here, you will see I already have this GitHub account. Okay, so you can see, and I've already have some of my repositories. You can see I already have some of my repositories that I'm working on, and that is how actually it looks like. So you need to create this account before you come here and you click this button, which is called the publish branch. So for now, in order for me to see that repository here, because right now you can see I don't have that repository right here. So to have that repository, I'll click this one, and here it will ask me if I want to make this repository private or public. So I want to make it public so that you can be able to revisit it and check anything that you feel you are not correctly, so that you can have the reference for your code. So now you can see it is publishing, and now it asks me to open it on GitHub. But now if I go back here and refresh, now you can see it is updated now, and the name of my project, which is example app, is the name of my repository right here. But this is just a simple way, but you can also use this way of creating repository right here. Okay, you can just give the name of your repository, and then you can just reference it in your code. So that is all about the Git and the GitHub. So the next part will be the task scheduling and queues. Here I'll just show you a simple thing like sending emails using task scheduler. Also, I'll just show you how to use queues and how to dispatch those jobs. Then we'll see the file storage. Then we will complete it with the deployment, because this API I've already mentioned that I'll share the link to that video. So yeah, let's work on task scheduling. Alright, so continue with the task scheduling and queues. Basically, I'm going to show you how to create queues, and basically I will show you how to dispatch the jobs and process the queues. So when you have the heavy task that you want to perform it in background while your users are performing other things, so it's a good idea to use queues and scheduling for your application to be able to perform those heavy tasks. So I'm going to use the queues, and I'll show you how to create the jobs and then how to dispatch it. So let's go directly to the Laravel documentation and I will show you. I'll just use a use case of sending email. Let's say you have 100 users in your application or 1000 users in your application, and you want to send them an email of the same, let's say, content. So you want to update them about the new recipe being shared in your application. So how will you do that? Let's say manually, by sending for each user. So using the queues and jobs, it becomes easy because you just do it, and the application will do it behind the scene automatically, and it will finish up because it will just use the queues. So it will send one by one until all the users receive the email. So let's just use one of the simplest way here. Okay, so let me just search here for Markdown. Okay, so I'm going to create a Markdown email, which is email mailable class. So let me clear my terminal. I just paste that one, and this one I'll call it mail. Then I'll say new let me say receipts, in order for good organization of your files. So I'll just say receipts, and then I'll say new receipt. Okay, and then here I'll just change the name of my class, of my mailable class, to be new receipt shared. Let's make that one. Okay, so this will create two files. As before, you see when I created the email, if you use just this command and end here, it will just create the mailable class. But if you add this one, meaning that your email will come with the Markdown. As we know, the Markdown are just the ready-made HTML files with styles and everything for you. So you just use them to create your styled mail files. So I'll just show you how it looks like. So basically, if now we navigate to mail, then you can see it has created this file, and then if you navigate to this one, you can see this is your mail Markdown. As you can see, this is the Markdown in syntax. So if you don't know about mail Markdown, you can just go here and start to learn about the Markdown. So you'll be able to understand what Markdown are and how to do it. So as you can see, you can even create the table through the Markdown. So basically, Markdown helps you to style your mail content. So yeah, that is all about the Markdown. So what I'm going to do next, I'll just update this one. So let me just do this. Update this one. So we have this side. Okay. So this will be our reset datas. So now let's go to our mail class. So let's go to this one, and then simply because I'm using the mail Markdown,
So let me just do this way to generate my data. Okay, let me generate this one. Okay, so as you can see right here, basically we need to add the one for category, and this should be recipe category, then name. Let me just check back to my model. Yep, we use name, so that's okay. Let's check here. We don't need the name of our user, so this will be fine with us. Okay. So here so it will be that way, and here we need to change that one to be mail, then recipes, then new recipe. Okay, so let's put that file, and then let me just update it to this one. Okay, I think this one is fine. And basically I don't want to complicate things, so let me just remove this one. And what I can do when user will click this one, can actually be redirected to user dashboard, I think. Yeah, because that's where our users see now the receipts. So let's just direct our user to dashboard. Okay. Okay, after doing that, now we need to find a way so that we can send those emails using queues. Okay, so what we can do, when user will be creating the recipe right here, after saving that, we can just send email here. So what we can do, we can just say, let's say get the list of users, just look through the users. Here we can just say user, then alright, so here when you need to send an email to your users about your new recipe, you can just say mail, which we will import the mail class, and then here you need to pass this is to function, and then it accepts the email of the user that you need to send an email to. So here I'll just send the email from the user from my loop, if you can see there, and then here I'll use instead of sending, but I'll show you the difference, because right now if I use send here, and here if I pass the name of my mail class, let me just copy the name of my mail class, which is new recipe shared. So let me just add it here, new recipe shared, which is this one. So basically it will be it will automatically be imported. So remember to import this one if you don't have the extension that I showed you before. Also import this user model, which is a user model class. Alright, so after that, let's go right here. You can see it will expect 2 arguments and we only has populated 1. So if you can see, it requires recipe and also the user. So let's pass here the user. Alright, so that way. But I want to show you the difference, because right now we are dealing with how to send these emails through using jobs and the queues. But now if I leave it like this way, you will notice something. So this is just sending email directly. So this is the first way. So let me just put here some comment, and then I'll say send the email to all users using direct method. Right, and the second way is sending email let's say using queue. Okay, so sending email using queue, what you will just change here is just this function, as you can see right here. So you need to pass this, and also what you need to add to this mail class, if you come here, you need to make sure that your mail has this, meaning that your mail should be queuable, meaning that if you send email using the queue function, that can work. And if this was not here, this function will not work. So if you understand what I mean, we can just test this first method, which is using the direct method. So before doing that, in your Laravel application, you need to make configuration in your .env file so that it can allow you to send emails. And I remember we just did this, so make sure you follow along with me so you have the configuration like this one. So after doing so, let me just show you how this works. So let me just run my project, because I remember for some reason I just stopped it. So let me just clear my terminal, let PHP and save. Alright, and then we need to run our npm. So npm run dev. Alright, so now we have our project. Okay, let me just wait for it to start running right here. Okay, so let's run our application right here.
this will not work. So let me just go to login. Okay, now let's put the credentials. Right, so this is our admin. So let's go to the recipe. Okay, so now if we try to add a new recipe, okay, we have an issue right here. And actually I don't remember this one. So this is on show. Okay, let's see why this comes out. So on recipe create, we do have this. Go back. Recipe create. Basically, should call this. Okay. Let's see again our error. So it is showing the error on the recipe show. So basically, recipes create. Let's check our web.php. Recipe create. This one. And here it says attempted to ready. Just refresh. So this is working, and actually I don't see why it is giving me this error. Okay, so I think here we have an issue, because you can see this is recipes, then it create, and then if you can see it is referencing this view. So what I'm suggesting is, if you can see here we have this recipes, then this parameter. So what I think, when you run this recipe, then you create, it assumes that this create is a parameter of this route. So I think we need to change this one. Let's just say recipe, and then this should be let's say recipe. I need to change this one to be recipe show. Okay, so this should go to our recipe index, because that's where we have this recipe show. But basically we do have this one, so no need to change that one. So let me just leave it that way, and here let me just keep it as recipe edit, and here recipe that way, and also right here. but this one and this one will have a contradiction. So let me just say site delete. Okay, so I think now we'll be good. So let me just optimize the project. PHP @ optimize. Okay, now if we go back to our page right here, okay, so this we have left it as recipe create. So right now you can see the form is working fine. So this suggests that the URLs were actually misreplacing each other. So that is another lesson that you can learn and see how you can just avoid that thing. So let me just create a dummy data right here so you can see. So let me just try to create recipe, but remember what we need to test right here is how the email will be sent. So now I'm using the direct direct message method of sending email. So let me just open my database and see if I have any mail address that is not valid. So we need to change that one to my valid emails so that we can test it. Okay, so here is my database. So let me just open my database right here, and then let me just open the users that we have right now. So you can see we have this one. So basically, if you have the user that is not with the actual the name, the real email, actually this will give us an error. So I don't want to run into an error, so I'll just change it to my real email. So I'll just change it to this email at gmail.com. So we have these two emails right here of our users. So we expect our email to go to this user and also to this user. So let's just go back here and also let's go back to our form, and then we can just create. But the difference is you can see this will send email directly, so it will take you more time to load until when all the emails will be sent to our users. So this is why this way is not ideal for your application. So let's just do that one. So you can see it is loading. You can see it is taking that time to send emails to our users. Hopefully it will not bring an error. So let's just wait for that one. Okay, so now that one is done, and actually I've received an email. So let me just show you. You can see this is the new email that you can see. I've received it right now, 0 minutes ago. So you can see this is our email that I've created. And you can see this is the actual the styled email that we have used, the markdown. If you remember, I showed you about this file, which is this one that we've created. So this is the markdown file that is coming with the Laravel. So it becomes easier for you if you can see a new recipe has been shared with you. So you can see a new recipe has been shared with you, and you can see here the recipe name. So this is our recipe name, and this is the recipe description, which is this one, and here the button for your user to view the recipe. So this one, you can see it is redirecting us to user dashboard. But here you can see we have the application name. So this is our user, first user. Basically we have two users there. So let me just test for this user too. So let me just open the mail, and then you can see there is also a new mail here, and you can see the same email. You can see. So what I wanted to show you, the email functionality is working very fine, and what we just observed right here from our application is just it takes so long for your email to be sent to your users. So let's assume you have 100 users, you have 1000 users in your application. So basically that way is not ideal for your application. So I'll just comment this one and use this second way, that is using queues. So now if I go back right here and try to let's try to send again. So let me just go back right here, refresh, then add recipe, then add some dummy data right there, then create recipe. So see this way, you see it has created a recipe, and it has not taken that long. But the difference is right now if I go to my email, I will not receive any email. So even if we wait for 100 years, we will not receive that email. Why? Because now our emails will be stored in jobs right here. So you can see we have 2 jobs, which is corresponding to the number of users that we have in our application. So right now, if you open this one and you can check what it carries inside, so you can see actually right here it has the email of your user. So let me just show you that one. So you can see here it have the email of your user that is required to be sent that email, which is on this address. So this actually it stores them as JSON file. So yeah, so that is how this email will be stored. But for this email to be sent to your users, you just need to run one command in your terminal. So you need to run this command, php artisan, then q, then wait. So when you run this one, all of this data will be deleted by default automatically, and then the email will be sent to your users. So let me just run it. Now you can see it is sending that mail. So keep an eye out there. You can see the first one is done, and then the second is done. So, and also I've received an email. So you can see right here, this is a new recipe that we've created, and you can see it has not affected our application. So the user has not seen anything that took so long, but the email was just sent only when this command was being run. So assume this command is running continuously in your application. So when you just create a new recipe, the Laravel application will automatically queue your users' mails, and it will send them in a queue format. I think this is enough for queue and how to dispatch those queues. So I think this is enough for you guys to be able to start to do this thing. So yeah, so I think for that part is done. Let's go to the next part, which is this one, which is file storage configuration, and we will see how to upload the files and how to retrieve those files. Then the API we will see it on another video that I'll share the link with you guys. So just bear with me, I will not redo this video. So I've already done that video, and it is actually a very good video. So you can just check that link that is passing on your right top corner. So just check that one. Also we are going to conclude with the deployment of our Laravel application. So let's just play around with the file configuration. So what we need to do in the file configuration, basically this is done. So what I'll do, I'll just commit these changes. So I'll not use command, I'll just write here So to move those files from changes to stage, that is equivalent to our command that we are using for Git. So as I've said before, you can just use the GitHub or the Git official website to learn more about using this way. So yeah, let me just generate my commit message. So you can see add a console command for sending recite emails and implement email notification for new recite. So let me just commit, and then I have to sync these changes. So this will synchronize my local Git repository with my online Git repository. So now if you can see, this is saying I need to push one commit to original main, which is online. So if I say push, then you can see it is syncing you can see synchronizing changes, and then this is done. Now if I want to check my changes, I just go to my GitHub, and then if I refresh, now you can see this updated now, and if I open it, it will just show me the current commit that we have actually sent it. So let me just show you. So you can see 1 minute ago this commit was added, and you can see it is saying add console command for sending basically recite email and implement email notification for new recite. So that's how basically easy you can manage your Laravel application through Git and GitHub. So this is actually the copy of your application that is running on your local machine. The only difference is some of the files are not here, as you can see, the node modules and the vendor, and some of other files are not coming here because, as I've explained before, we have this file called the git ignore. So all of the files that you will find them here, or the directory that are being mentioned here, they will not be being pushed to your GitHub account. So that's the only thing that you need to know. So if you just want your env file to be pushed to GitHub, you can just remove it from here. Or if you want your vendor to be published, you can also remove it from there, and it will be synchronized to your online application. So right now, if you see, we don't have any changes that is so I can just stop this because I don't have any email to send. So let me just clear it. And if you can see from here, when you want to say git status to check if there's any changes, you can see your branch is up to date with the original main. So when you see original main, this is representing the actually the main branch from your GitHub account. So that's all about that one. So let's just go direct and configure our file upload. So basically on a file upload, you can set your files to be stored by the two ways of your file system. Basically Laravel comes with the file system management. If you go to .env file, you can see here, let me just come here, you can see you have this option called the file system disk, and if you can see this one, by default it is coming in local, but you can change this one to public, and there is difference between local and public. So I'll just show you this difference right now. So if you go to your configuration file, and if you find this file system.php, you can see, so the default file system disk, here you specify the default file system disk that should be used by the framework. The local disk as well as variety of cloud-based disks are available to your application for file storage. So you can just change anything from here. But if you can see, you can scroll down right here. When you will choose the disk to be local, so your files will be stored in the app, then slash private, but you need to know that it also stored it in this path, which is called the storage path. So when it says storage path, meaning it is storing them in a storage, which is this directory, and then app, which is this one, and then inside it, let me just zoom it a little bit so that you can see, we have two files. We have which directory, I mean private and public. So if you choose the local, meaning your files will be stored in private directory, and if you choose public, your files will be stored in the public directory, which is this one. So that's all that you need to understand. But when you store your files in private, it increases the security, and actually your files will not be accessible by an authorized user. So this you can have more control of it, and basically is the recommended way for you to do it. Yep. So for me, for this video, actually I'll just show you how to use the public, which is the simplest way to do it. So let me just come here, and if you can see, I've just used my disk to be public. So right now my application will store all of my files to this directory. So what we need to do now is to find a way to upload the images of our recipe. So now, for example, if we want to add the recipe, let me just go to recipe controller right here, and now I want when my user will be adding the recipe to be able to upload the basically the recipes. So let me just go to my form. Let's go to the form right here, and we need to add a way for our user to add the recipe image. So let me just add it, let's say after ingredient right here. So let me just copy this one. And basically we need to start by adding that field inside the migration file, because let me just show you recipes. Already in here we've added this one, so we don't need to add it twice because it's already there. So we just need to reuse that one. So let me just add here the image field. Okay, so this one will be storing our image. All right, so this one, please make sure you have seen that one. So let me just go back to my application, and if I go to add recipe, you can just see I have the option to select the file. So you can see if I click this one, it will open a port for me to choose my file. So let me just add this one to my controller. So here we need to validate the image. So let me just say image is required. All right, and then here the image will be stored there, but I don't want to store that image like that way. So what I'll do, I'll just say image path. Let's say image path will be stored in this path. So the file name will be this one. So I'll just keep it that way. Let me just leave it with the default one, but remember this is we store them in public directory, so that way. And then here, instead of storing the image, so we just need to pass here the image path. All right, so now this is fine. Now we can try to create a new the new recipe. Let me just put some dump data there, and then select an image
Let me just say this one. But one thing I forgot, when you are using this way, you need to link the storage path, because if you remember, when we come to this file, I forgot to explain to you one thing. So when you are actually creating this, when you are using file system to store your files, Laravel gives you a way to create the symbolic links. So these same links are used basically to help you to access and upload your files easily. So you can see already you have this default symbolic link, which is this one. So we just need to activate this one, or we need to, here you can see it says here you may configure the symbolic link that will be created when this command is being executed. So you need to run that command. So let's run that command, php storage link. Now you can see link has been connected. So now this link has been activated and it has been connected. So right now, when you publish any image in your Laravel application, it will be stored directly to your storage path right here, as I've showed you before. So let me just open this one, and then you can see how the file will be uploaded right there. So now we've uploaded that one. So let's just quickly create. Okay, so we have just run the wrong. Okay, so what we can do right here, so it says we have just called to member function store on null. So how our image becomes null? So let's see, this is the image. Okay, let's go to our form right here. So the name is image right here. So the name is image there. Yep, so let's just see again. Okay, now let's refresh again. Now let's try to submit without anything. You can see this is required. Now let's try again. Let's choose an image. Okay, create recipe. Okay, right, and I think this is coming an error, because actually in your forms, because you are submitting a form with a file, so you need to add here the enc type, and it should have the multipad, which is form data. So I think this will work for us. Make sure you are using CSRF. Okay, save it and let's try it again. Let's refresh that page. Let me add my dummy data there, and then upload my file. Just choose the same file, and then you create recipe. Alright, so now you can see it has successfully uploaded. So now let's go to our public directory. You can see there is a new directory called the images, and inside it you can see we have this image, which is this one. Okay, so the image has been successfully uploaded, but you need to add some more I can say some more validations right here. So you can just put these validations if you want. All right, so those make sure that your user will upload
a certain format of file. So but for me right now I just use only this one. Okay, so that will actually work fine. If you can just say this is 2 MB limit of your file, so you can just choose anything. So that is right for me. So now what I want to do, because we have successfully been able to upload the file, then we need to find a way to retrieve the file. So to retrieve the file, to show it, if you go to your Laravel documentation, you can see here there is a way to show the files. So let me just show you. So you can just retrieve the file like this way. You can see you can use this way to retrieve the file. Okay, and you can get the file URL using this function. So we'll just use this function to show our images in our view page. So let's go to index. Right here we need to show our image. So right here I want to show the image before the recite name. So recite image, and here I want to add this field. So here I'll just pass an image tag with the source, and then in my source I'll just pass the function that we've seen there, which is storage, then URL function, and then right there we need to pass the path that our file has been stored. So what we need to do is to add the path that is storage slash the image path, which is, you can just space there and then say we can just even pass it right directly here. So let's just try this way. So we can just say recite and then image. I think this will work for us, so because this will create the URL for our file automatically. So I'm not sure if it will give us an error, so let me just say image here in my alternative. So let's go back here and try to see if it works for us. No, so it does not work. Okay, so let's see in our browser right here. So it says, okay, let's refresh again. So we don't have the right to access it. Okay, let's do it again. I think let's try to PHP @sun config clear and optimize. Okay, now let's see again. Okay, so now the error of being forbidden is gone. So now we just need to see how to fix the path that is missing. So let's just go back here and say this way. So we can just say images slash, because our file is stored in images directory. So let's try and see if we get anything. No, that is not working. Add here the storage. Okay, so what we can do in order for us to be able to debug this one, what we can do, instead of just passing it through here, we can just add a table data here to just debug this one. Let me just pass it right here to see the path that it is returning. Okay, so you can see it is returning this path. So here there is double storage, and here you can see. Okay, so this is strange. Let me just remove this one. Now let's see the one that we have uploaded, this one. But here you can see we have images. So let me just remove this one, and I think that one will work for us. So I think this will work. So let me just remove this one. Okay, so let's see what has happened right here. So this is localhost storage images, then the name of our image. Okay, so this is interesting. But even this is not working, you have another option that you can use. I would just recommend you to use the first one, but if that is not working correctly, what you can do, you can just use the asset function, and then you can just pass here the storage and images, and then a slash. Then here you can just pass the recite, then image. Okay, and I think this will work for us. So let's just see. So basically I'm just showing different ways that you can use to show your images. Just try to refresh. Still nothing has been shown there. Okay, so here I just want to go to the database and see this one. You can see it already have the images, because when we were storing it right here, we already have this one. So actually that will increase this one in our path. So we don't need even to add the images right here. So let me just keep it this way, and then let's try. Now you can see the image has been shown. So I think that was the issue that was rising even with this way. So what you need to do, basically, I'm pretty sure if we will just remove this one, let me just comment this one, and if I go to my database and remove that images in front of this one, if it will remain just that way, and save, and if we use this way and come back here and try to refresh, oh, so this way has not worked for us. And we need to add the images here. Let's try. Okay, so the first way seems to be not working, but this one should work if we leave the images right here. So images slash that way and refresh. Now you can see the image is right there. So this is the simplest way, and this one you can just review Laravel documentation and see how to fix that one. But for the sake of video to not be that much longer, I'll just leave it that way. So I'll just say width of, let's say, 50 pixels, and height of the same height. Okay, so that way, and actually this is working, and you can just add the same thing on the view of your, or on the show view of your receipt right here. So you can just have that image, but right now it will be, let's say, 150 pixels. Okay, so now refresh, and if we go to view, this has no image, so that one will be blank. So if we view this one, now you can see the image is right there, so you can just add it the pixels so that it can be seen clearly. But remember, you can just style that one to a way that you think it will fit you. So let me just say rounded medium. So you can see the image will be styled using Tailwind CSS. I'll just add some margin bottom of 5, let's say, or 4. Yeah, so now you can see it is looking very cool. So yeah, so that is how you actually upload and retrieve your files in Laravel. So the next part is how we are going to deploy our Laravel application. So yeah, okay, so that's all for today's tutorial. And in the conclusion part and the next steps, actually we can recap of the key concepts that we have covered. If you remember, I've already shared with you what we covered on this tutorial. We've covered the introduction to Laravel, and we've covered the key features of Laravel, MVC model, how you can set up your first Laravel application, and we've learned how to do routing in Laravel, controllers, how to do them, how to perform the CRUD operation. We've seen the Blade template engine, how to use the models and the Eloquent or RM, how you can set up your database, how to run the migrations and some stuff like that. Also, we have seen how to do the authentication and authorization in your Laravel application. Also, we have seen the form handling and validations of your Laravel forms, the middlewares, task scheduling and queues. We have seen how to upload the files, also how to retrieve them, but you can do more, like file downloading, file management, file edit and delete, and some stuff like that. And for the sake of you to understand the API development, I've shared the link of that video. I repeat to say that one because some of you can ask about this part, so I've just explained that one. That I'll share the link for that video, and you guys, you can learn from there. And then that is all the thing that we've covered for the tutorial. And now the final thought and the project. So my final thought, I'll say learning Laravel for you in this year will be a great journey, and it will be the great start for you to do the great thing that you have been thinking of. So it's up to you for now to start this and do more from here. So this is just the starting point for you guys, so you can just move forward from here. And if you guys find anything that is challenging to you throughout this course, please leave your comment in the comment section, and I'll just reply to you as usual. And also for project ideas, basically I have a bunch of project ideas that I want to share with you guys, so that you can just keep learning. So you can just go to this website, which is called the Top Excel Tips. Actually, it's not my website, I've just caught it, so that's why I said this is coming from this website. The guys are called the Top Excel Tips, and you can see this link. I'll share it in my video description. So here you can see there's Laravel project ideas that you as a beginner, the middle, skilled, and the advanced, you can just use them to basically keep your ideas and keep the Laravel application skills to high. So you can see you can have these ideas like for skill development, portfolio enhancement, problem solving, community engagement, career advancement, and so on. So down here you can see the project ideas for all levels, beginners to advanced. So you can see the Laravel project ideas for beginners. For example, you can start with a to-do app list. So you can see you can create an application to manage tasks, like allow users to add, edit, and delete tasks, and which is actually giving you the basic understanding of CRUD operation, as we have done in our application for recipe sharing. Also, you can just create the blog platform. You can create a contact management system. You can create a recipe sharing site, because I've done it in a simple way, but you can just add these features like users to post recipe, view others to view their recipe, them to be able to search by ingredient or categories, help the beginners grasp user input entering, and the database query. So basically this will enhance your database querying and help you to handle the user input. You can create a simple e-commerce store. You can create a weather forecast application, job board, event management, and the social media dashboard. So that's all for beginners level. If you go to intermediate level, this will be on another video. So for this video, I was just targeting the beginners level. So what I can say, you can just pass through this list, and if you find anything that is challenging, you can just check me. My contact details are on my channel description. So yeah, so I would like to say thank you guys for being with me throughout this path and this journey. Basically, I would like to say welcome to Laravel development. If you are new, consider to subscribe to my channel and like my videos and share with you guys, so that we can keep moving. So thank you, and see you on the next video.